Namaskar, good day, good morning, Salam Alaikum, Vanakkam, Namaskaram. This is Engineer Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India on this September 8th, 2020 in connection with in all engineering, civil engineering, practical engineering, site engineering, design engineering, polish engineering, and whatever is feasible to include in this talk and whatever I feel is of interest, I do that. I include in this talk. Life is not that easy as we think. It's not that difficult as well. But we have to decide whether or not we want this way or even that way. That's in our hands. That I consider right or wrong. Engineering has to improve world, and world requires services of engineering. But what's happening now that we have to realize this fact as well. Are we in right track or wrong track? That point depends upon us. It doesn't depend upon anybody else. We are our own goals to decide. We are our own route to decide. And that's what I say is right or wrong it is. I don't know. You have to decide based on your logic. No sentiments, please. No emotions, please. Emotions don't have any place as far as logic is concerned, as far as engineering is concerned, as far as practical is concerned. When we say sentimental state, that is, it doesn't give anything except further losses, because sentimental are related to no calculations, no logic, no reasons, and that state is not good for everybody. It's not good for anybody. It's not good for as well as you and me. Myself, I think all the time, and that's very very important point. And if we can't think, we lose something, and if we lose something, we can't regain that. That point you have to understand. That life is not exactly what we think. Life moves on its way. It has its own dictate, its own command, it's our life. And if we can understand that point, we can solve so many problems. We have to think only that whatever we are thinking is only temporary. Life is not temporary. For a few years it is, but particularly we have to go one day living this world as it is. And if we can improve that one, I think that's best policy. If we can improve something in life, and if we cannot improve anything here, we are of no use. This means we do not want to contribute anything to the world. Our aim is, our objective is to contribute something positive to this world, for which aspiration God sent everybody to this planet. Did not send to some other planets. Means this planet needs you. That's why you are here. Otherwise, there was no meaning for you to be here. That point should be understood very clearly, that we are here because we are required here. There is no way that we are not required here. We are required here, thereby we are here. That point we should realize in our calculations. Calculation doesn't mean formula calculation. Calculation means a way of thinking. That's also called a calculation. A way of thinking means that's a real calculation actually. What we see, what we observe, what we do, all relate to each other. Therefore, we should understand ourselves that soil engineering and quality structure and all that systems, organizations, thinking, general, etc., etc., all that's the basis of life, and life is that only, but not more than that. If you understand this point, we can understand any health thing, and that's what life is. I request all, please don't send your message or people don't understand anything. I think there's a disease among people now. For nothing to send messages, get up morning, waste your time. Rather than you study something, you learn something, instead of wasting time on messages, and where you don't understand people's mind. Rather than having some knowledge from time, they just remain busy in wasting their time and wasting others' time. Messages are welcome, but for the good morning, that's not a message. I don't consider a message. Means a person is busy and you're just sending your messages, disturbing person. For what, I don't know, to understand for what. Well, no criticism on this. The fact remains, now COVID, only two countries, or I say USA and Bharat, India, which are now leaders in COVID. I can say she is laughing. Of course, leaders means there's no meaning of saying leader, but that's a fact. We are now leaders in this world of COVID. We are today, maybe we are 43 lakhs or 4.3 lakhs today, could be around 1 lakh and 1 lakh infections, and America has already reached its goals. So there's no meaning. So England is worried now. It's getting back to it. Universities are in question, schools are in question, school openings, and continuation of universities are not. Similarly, in these other worlds, Europe and all that is going on and on. Every day something coming, going something. But ultimate result is everything is shattered. Health is shattered, number one. Health is shattered. Number two, economy is shattered. Number three, people's mind are shattered, unfortunately. That's a big problem. And carelessness has come in. There is one shop, in a shop like you can say industry or cooking industry, you can say that catering industry in Delhi, and there's I think somewhere Paratha Valley is called very 79 of its staff, including cooks and everyone, waiters, were found infected of COVID, and they I think sold 10,000 to 10,000 customers, or I think it's parathas, and they are all behind now to find those people who are customers, when they are being discovered as they are positive of COVID, is happening. And also in other shops somewhere, also in the other states, you'll find same type of news that people are getting more and more infected, and this is a kind of it's like a film is ongoing, horror film. It's kind of horror film we are living in this world. It shall happen. No one can stop it, because when this doesn't work, when we don't use this, we use this. This happens. 43 lakhs, you may say 4.2 millions. If you consider in scale to our population, I think in proportion to that, it may look very small. It may look only 8.5 or 8% by calculations that I every day check. I check from official information website, that is mygovernment.in, and COVID-19 best website is government website portal for information about statistics of COVID. I take information, I find 8.5% infections on card. This is for many days. This has been for many days, and previously I think it was 9 or 10%. On an average, this is ongoing, and I think this is clear. This clearly states that if we keep this today 8.58%, and if we complete all tests today, so 85 million cases are there. You can say by calculations, if we considering today all are tested. If today, it's not possible to test today. It may take another, I think, 1 month or 2 months. And by that time, there shall be, I think, a factor of 1 or 1.5. Even if you take the R value 1, then you can 8 crores more you'll find that time if no control is taken up. So far, I am sure, and I can with guarantee say, the government is least worried about this. Government is worried of what? Government is worried of economy, but they are not doing anything in that regard also. Government is worrying how to reduce jobs, how to privatize everything. That's what point of government is, and don't know what destinies they want to go. What's their final destination? Nobody knows about this government. And not only this government, it's our government, other nations' government are also saying, Belarus and you may say many others, Baltic countries, and America or China. China is still better. So I say that it's you to decide. It's you to decide. You means everybody in this country to decide what do they expect from present and future. You want to expect that you have to lose your life or health. You can lose your health, but you are not that duffer also that you cannot understand how to take preventive measures. Everybody knows what is preventive measure, but there is a rigidity coefficient in everybody. Oh no, I don't use mask. Nobody can answer that rigidity. This is rigidity, resistance. There should be some digestion factor everybody must have. That factor is missing, and result is that cases are increasing. And these are increasing with proportion and with speed, rapidity, and this is not going to help anyone. This is not going to help our nation. This is not going to help world. We are big nation, we do not forget that. We should not forget that 130 crore or 1300 million people of our country. Just think of 8 crores are sick. There is no place for them to be treated. Doctors shall not care for them because hundreds and thousands of doctors have lost their lives due to COVID all over the world, in our country as well. So we cannot blame them as well. Only we cannot blame government because there is no government. As far as problems are concerned, there are no governments. There is no government at all. And government is interested only in its safety and not in public safety. Had it been interested, it would have taken some action. Police is silently watching, government is sleeping, and public is careless, and public is suffering. Public is really suffering, I can say. Economy on sea bottom, that is on you can say ocean bottom, in basaltic rocks. And, we have already wounds, and basaltic rocks are there. You know what salt does, what salt causes on our bones. You know very well how salt, chemical, acts upon our organic wounds. So there is no relation, and we have to suffer. Simply speaking, if you do not understand clearly what message God sends to us, we are still busy in same previous mindset. We are not ready to change that. Jobs have gone, some because of economy and some because of COVID, and this has been ongoing to go. No way to solve it. Well, there is no use now because it's working very old now. 9 months have elapsed, and we cannot say what shall happen. It shall happen. Our number of world is 1 plus 1 plus 1. We can assume that when Gregorian calendar started, we started this one, because we do not know actually when world was. So we can refer it to the Gregorian calendar, 1 1 January and first year. That can be called 111. And when we say 111, we can say that 1 plus 1 plus 1, that is 3. So our number of world is 3, and 3 means 20. 3 means 20, result of 3 is 23 into 6 plus 2, 20, and this is year 20. So this is, you can say, in this year this has come. This means this is start of this, and this will be year 29, which is sequence of 20 to 21, 2, 3, 4, like that until 29, and you can say that shall be another year for this. So this year you can say 20, which starts with month of 20. You multiply 20 by 6 and add 2. So it is 122. So entry of unlimited material, and this material is there, and that will be 29, which will be 70, I think, 76 or something. She says 29 to 6. Okay, so that will be about 114. 20 is 122. 30 is 182. 30 is 182. 182 minus 6, so 1 is 176. So that will be 176. In this range we have to live, and this calendar is 111, which is number 3, which is 20 itself, and it's clearly telling that this sequence is not very good. Already 4 months have gone, then another 4 months have gone. Now third month, so I think it's now running minus 12, which means it's minus 12 means negative congratulatory arrangements, minus 12, and so we have to be very careful. Maybe you can't understand what I'm saying, this number science, and it's my own science, you can say, my own development. I am exponent of this, It's called applied spiritualism, but I'll not take, just explain to you according to this. And I have predicted before also that in Bharat we shall be impacted up to 8 crores in America. So it's not clear to them now, but I'm telling you, this will move further and further, and that will be around 5 crores in America, and total 28 crores in whole world. Until that is over, this COVID shall remain there. And once you get it, even if you come out from hospital or you are discharged, don't think that you are really discharged. You are not discharged from COVID, you are discharged by doctor. There's a difference, discharged by doctor and discharged by COVID. COVID shall not discharge you, doctor shall discharge you. That's only problem. So it's only that much. I don't want to talk more on this because I don't have much information today. I have not go through all news as well because of shortage of time, so I say that. We have to just take precautionary measures, and people are dying of worried, and if we don't take care, we will lose our life. That's all. We will help. That's all I think. If you take care. Otherwise, COVID-19 is there, and it's working very efficiently, and it's telling us to work like that without stop. I salute that way. That's teaching us something. We lethargic society, we lazy people, we sleeping society. I can openly declare we are a sleeping society. We are non-serious society. Many videos I declare in the past also and write into. Public of Bharat is lethargic, public of Bharat is lazy, public of Bharat is non-thinking, public of Bharat is unserious, and public of Bharat is ignorant. Our youth, they should be intelligent. They are, I agree. I'm talking of other than COVID now. It's engineering and social engineering and civil engineering and all other engineering also. This is because this general talk is should. When I'm talking to public, I don't restrict myself to engineering, civil engineering alone. Those subjects is that, but I jump out of that and interact and try to send messages to all those who may not require my message, but still I want to send them. And I want to tell all our friends on Facebook, etc. also, please conduct in a manner, and in a becoming manner. Abusing in the name of religion, you are mullah, you are this, and I think it tells means what standard you have, what your family taught you, what your teachers taught. I don't blame your teachers and your family, but your actions do that. Just calling someone anything, it doesn't, okay, I won't say anything, but somebody calls me black, you say kala. Okay, call me black, but then opposite of black, you know what you are? If I'm kala, this means you are self-declared that you are gora. So who gora is, you know very well. So you are from Gora fertility, then you yourself accept. You are abusing yourself. Means when you call me Kala, okay, I accept that Kala is not bad. But you are Gora then, right? And we are Gora means what is very clear. No explanation. So you shame on yourself, or you are calling. You shame on your mother and shame on your father. That's all I can say. This is not statement, but this is answer to you, whoever you are. I don't know take name of those people who always do that on Facebook, because they have no answer. There's no logic. If I raise some question, rather than answering that, they just give me, backfire me by using these words, all these words I don't want to include in this talk, because that is not, social word. They are not positive society word, means these are Gunda society word, I can say. So, if I criticize government, if I have the right to, what do you mean if? I have the right to criticize. It's my government. I voted MP to power, and MP elected those people, MP appointed those people. So I have every right to speak to them, to speak against them. It's not question of personality. It's question of their acts or misdeeds. If I am also attacked when I work, in my profession when I work, I am attacked too. If I do not perform, I do some mistakes, or I'm lazy, I sleep, they search to something. Though I am very well educated, these MPs are not, Prime Minister is not, they are not very well educated people. Even then, we cannot say anything to them. We can say everything to them. They are our servants. I am not their servants. They are drawing money from my tax, from your tax. I have every right to say. And if someone say that you are anti-national, yes, I am anti-national. Finish. What do you want to say? I am anti-national. I shall criticize them. This is my right, not only constitutional right, this is my natural right as well. I have every right to criticize them, because I praise them also. I praise them too. While my support to them is praise, My support will acceptance that I respect and regard them. But if they do not have anything, I have every right to warn them, to issue memo to them, and to state them, you are not working. You have to work in that way. Whatever expression I use in under constitutional criteria, constitutional propriety, and that's okay. If somebody says you are anti-national, then you are stopping me from that. You too are anti-national. Who are you to stop me from that statement? I have every right, and you have no right to stop me. You can issue your statement. You can't stop me from issuing my statement. So I warn everyone mentally, don't try to display that you are a psychic patient. There are 95% bhakts who are psycho, and you call them bhakts, they call you chamcha. I don't understand relation between two. They think they are a bush. If you are not with us, you are with them. No, this won't work. If you tell me chamcha, I will act like a patila and pour my hot water onto you. That's also true. I am not Gandhi. I am a reciprocative person. I retaliate you in my mind, and you have to be ready for that. Be clear. This is different world. I don't want to be Gandhi. I don't want to be Subhash. I have all identity, and I want to teach you. I can teach you. Don't play with me in the name of religion. If you worship anybody, whatever you worship, I am not going to stop you. But you don't expect me. I support you there. It's my choice. It's my life. How I live. I'm not going to oppose you. I'm not going to harm you. You have no right to harm me mentally or by writing or by something. You are not my charge. I am not reporting to you. You are not my parent. And if you don't improve yourself, then you know, I know how to teach people very good lessons. For me, Prime Minister is nothing, one citizen of this country. For me, President is nothing, just a citizen of this country. That's it. They have some job that defines PM position. This is the President position. You do your job and that's it. Don't expect me to support you at your all steps. You may loot this country. I have to tell you are looting. I shall tell. Not one time, billion times. It's my land. Yes, it is your land, but my land too. And it is Bhakt land too. And to whom you call chamchas, it's their land too. So don't state foolishness. I define this foolishness. This is country of everybody, and everybody has a right to think how to save this country economically and defense-wise. You are no one alone. I am also there. You may not agree with me, I may not agree with me, but we are there. So use proper words. And if you write one abuse, you expect 1,000 abuse from other party also, and you accept that. Just writing abuse about my mother way, father way, that's not solution. If you cannot answer, don't answer. And if you are ready to write, then you have to accept answer also. Very clearly I am saying this is a part of social conflict as well. If we continue like this, I shall also continue like this, and there is no end to that. There is no end to that, no end to that. I can only say, and if you cannot digest, please don't try that. Don't. It's in your interest as well. If it's my, so I am burning mind. If you want to argue with me, come on, argue. Don't run away. Don't. When you write abusive language, in response, I consider that you are blank. You are void, completely void. You have no stamina to answer. Just like Prime Minister runs away from questions, no answer with clearly speaking. Our Prime Minister has no answer because he does not know. A person who knows something, he doesn't speak, he does it. It's now 6 months, 6 years. If our PM cannot answer, this means he has no solution with him. Public should understand this point. Our PM is answerless. Our ministers are answerless, and that's why they cannot answer. This means they do not know problems. Simple. They do not understand the problems, forget answers. So my talk is just for your answer. I am telling you because society belongs to everyone. Everyone belongs to society. We are all members of society. It's better we respect each other. Many prime ministers have come and many have gone. This man is not extraordinary. is below average. Everybody knows. This man is by fortune only Prime Minister. Only by fortune, not by qualification, not by capability. We cannot say today what capability he has got. I have not seen any capability in him, though I voted him. I made a mistake. But now I realize, okay, once I made a mistake doesn't mean it mistakes forever. And also to public I say, try to understand your nation is being destroyed by some evil power. And evil power is government. No other evil power. I am talking about management and organization, and this is also called national management. We have to manage our country first. We have to manage our nation first. We are Union of States. We are Bharat, India, and we are not religion. This point these bucks cannot understand. Our Prime Minister cannot understand. Our courts cannot understand. Unfortunately, they should understand. It's their job, not my job. I am only a citizen. But they look into religion. This is anti-national act. Religion has nothing to do with our country, our country, our constitution and public. Religion is created one. This is not natural. No religion is natural. Assumption, presumption. Okay, do it. That's why we call it belief. You cannot prove any religion's existence and fact. They are relative only. Somebody did this, they started that. Somebody did something, they started that. So it's relative to someone. It's not original. To be very frank, every religion has been started by someone. Someone. So why to worry about that? You have to worry about life. You have to worry about universe in which you are living. You are a part. Why should I waste my time in thinking religion says this and religion says nothing. Religion only says do good thing and don't do bad thing. That's it. If you do good, you are good. If you do bad, you are bad. Just like all know, in Gita says same thing. To whom you trust. Gita also says, Ramayana also says same thing. If you are bad, I will teach you. I will set you right. Krishna says, Ram says both. You know it very well. No need to repeat. Of course, it's in Sanskrit. And you analyze that, you will find same thing. Yada yada hi dharmasya galanil bhati bharat. It is written or not? Abhe uttham adharmasya tadatmanam srijaham yaham. Praritranaya sadhunam vinashayata duskatham dharma sanstha panarthaya sambhavani yugi. What's meaning of that? It is same thing. Nowhere it says there is a religion. Yada yada hi dharmasya galanil bhati bharat. Abhe utthana madhave tadatmanam srijaham yaham praritranaya sadhunam vinashayata duskatham dharma sanstha. Where is religion in this? It is institution of dharma. Dharma is not religion. Dharma is name of God institution. Where is given religion? Dharma means whatever is good for you, good for others, that is good, that's right. Right teachers they call it. Whatever is right to you, and you have to decide whatever is right. And there's a formula for that, there's a condition for that, criteria for that. You have to read that and understand and analyze what's right, what's wrong. This much mind you have. So if you decide this is right, okay, for you it is right, maybe for me it's not right. If you decide something is wrong for you, bad for you, I can say, okay, this bad for you is good for me. So there is difference of opinion, that is part of it. Part of, you can say, philosophy. If there is no difference of opinion, there exists no difference, there can be no discussion, no debate. If there is no plus, there can be no minus. If there is no minus, there can be no plus. If there is no multiplication, there is no proliferation. If there is no division, there can be no question of rights. Division means rights. Plus means addition. Augmentation. Negative means reduction. But if there is something you can deduct. If there is a multiplication, means you are thriving, you are expanding. And if a division means you are asking for rights. So these signs are there, we have to understand meaning of them. They are mathematical science, but they are real science also. They are life sciences also. Try to understand. This is very much part of important organization. We say you use plus sign, but from there to plus sign, it's a minus sign. Minus and plus. You don't like minus, I know. You only like plus. But don't forget, plus means something material, which is seen by eyes. You get that, you use it. But from where it comes, you do not know. It comes from atomic structure. Atomic structure, if you want to measure, you have to go to negativism, which is nothing, just the reverse of that. one this side or one this side. One is in sunlight and one is, you can say, no sunlight. I would do like that. So it's very important. You don't think that only you are positive, and you don't think only you are negative, and don't think you are only right. If you are intelligent, you will think that way. If you are zero, you won't think that way. A person who knows nothing, he will think he knows everything. There's a character. If someone does not know anything, it's void. When you know, so don't know anything, I call you void. You are, your brain is void. That means you know nothing, and in fact you understand. You show to others you know everything. This happens. Those who are silent, who know everything, they generally keep silent. They don't want to argue unnecessarily until they find some people of their level to debate, to argue. If I am there, I find somebody is not, means I talk to someone, I raise something, I find that person is not able to even understand my question. This means that person is different, means I waste my time. Even if I explain to that person won't understand. This happens. So at least there should be some compatibility when you talk to someone, when you raise question, or even if you argue. If you argue with some blank person in mind, void in mind, there's no meaning of talking even. If there is some person who's selling pan and I have some rocket science, there is no meaning of that. You need a person who at least understands science. So that's what I'm saying. You have to consider, means you don't think you have a friend on Facebook, you are related to me. It's not that. Your friendship does not mean you are my relative. This means that we are interacting together. My messages would come to you, your message would come to me. It's a kind of communication. That's it, not more than that. If you start thinking about that, then that's your problem. This is not personal friendship. This is media friendship. A friendship when you can share your information, I can share my information. It's that only. It's just like you are in a train is going, thousands of passengers are there, and they do not know each other, but they know for that 24 hours, they start knowing someone, means a few passengers know other few passengers, they talk for 24 hours, they sleep in same bogie, and they share sometimes food also, and they share something else or talks, and when they go, they reach their destination, everybody, drops down, and they leave. They all, you can say, deboard and go. After that, nobody contacts. Rare cases only. So it's same thing. Don't think that you are absolute honor of this country or this world. Behave properly, conduct properly, think that there are others also. Don't think that you are only, people have to listen to what you say. You may say somebody is very good, okay, you can say, I as the same person is very bad for me. What's your problem? Why don't you want to digest that? Even somebody yesterday wrote about me when I said, I just criticize financial policy of banks' interest, I just wrote, I'm 66 years now, and 66 is quite reasonably old age, I understand. Means it's not that I have to think for 50 years I have to live. I know that. And I wrote about FD issue, the seniors are getting 5.6% interest, and during Manmohan Singh time, it was 9.75, like that I got that interest. So how can I support this government? Since this person joined as Prime Minister, there's been reduction in interest rates. And now it's come down to 5.6 on, we can say, there's a 45% reduction in interest rates. So who shall think of that person who worked the whole life, saved some money, and that person is now thinking that I can survive based on some returns on this investment. You cannot eat basic investment. You have to depend on some residual income on that, and that residual income is called interest. And if that interest is reduced, how shall you survive? Who shall give me food? If that interest is not available, I cannot move further. So that's also responsibility of state. You are using my money, you should give me adequate return. That's why I criticize, I support on that point Dr. Manmohan Singh, not because he is Congress, but because he is an expert in economics, he understands economics. I respect him, and millions of people respect him now. Maybe before they did not respect him, because it's very difficult to understand economy. Even economists cannot understand economy. What is value for me and what's value for you? We may understand something else, but economic is very, it's very homely, It's very publicly and it's very complicated discipline. It's not easy and understanding is so difficult. So how can you say you can apply it smoothly? So this is situation today. Our Prime Minister does not understand economy. This government does not economy, and unfortunate is that they don't seek advice from economists also. That's another setback to this nation, that we got such a manager who does not even respect those who know some, who are specialists in the occupation, and just raising their fun, just saying, oh, he's so stupid person, like that means that doesn't work. You drop your standard by saying that, you forget that you are also in same status, where there is a propriety to every word that a prime minister uses. But this prime minister is actually not prime minister. This prime minister by fortune's prime minister. This prime minister not because of his capability, it's just because he's got position and he thinks that this is permanent right. He forgets that public is public. Public sometimes cannot think, but they do it. And they are doing it. They are doing it. So that's called engineering management of nation. I think nation is passing to a bad engineering phase. Everything is broken and lot of money has collected. Where is that money? Nobody knows. This means you understand what I mean. So we have to be very clear in this, that there is anything against, but to whom I appoint, I shall certainly demand explanation from my employee, and this government is employed to public, and public has every right. I don't say about political parties, but public has every right to question them. Public has every right even to question court of law, because court of law also reports to public. President of India reports to public, and of course government of India reports to public. It is public that pays money to them. It is public that keeps them live. It's public that uses them. They don't use public. Public is above everyone. And if you do not understand this point, then go to school, learn civics, learn subjects, and then discuss with us. Unfortunately, we are blank in Constitution of Bharat ka Samvidhan. We do not know, and that's why we do not know what we have to talk, what we may not know. And this impacts whole life. It impacts whole actions in life. Even high-profile engineers, high-profile doctors, high-profile other educated luminaries, 95% of them do not know what they talk. You may say I am talking too much. Yes, you may say. You have every right to say I am talking too much. And talking too much is also talking too less. When you think and talk, it's not talking. It's expression. It's explanation. Every point should be defined. Every point should be linked. I'm not throwing words in the air. I'm not used to that. If I have no words, I'll keep silent. I will not talk. And if, it's like improvising talk. When talk is improvised one, means you are thinking during talking also. That should be orator system. It's not I will collect points, I write points and explain to them. No, I don't want to explain you points. I want to give you points. I want to give you points, and those points are that I am interacting with you, though you are not there. Even then, I think I am interacting with you. And when somebody watch this video, you will understand. And some people write. Some people write, of course, and it's okay. You write, you don't write, that's your choice. But I'm not talking against society, and I'm not talking against anybody. I'm only talking that don't sleep. This problem is due to sleep. Sleep means inaction. Sleep doesn't mean sleep in bed. It means inaction. Personally, whatever you have, that's different. Your culture may be whatever you have, you're different. Your religion could be anyone, and you may believe in it or may not believe it, that's your choice. What still do you want to do, it's your choice. What is your aim, is your choice. But as far as country is concerned, there is no option. This is your country, this is my country. I am born by this country, I am developed by this country, I am moving by this, I am moving because of this country. So, I have every right to think of this country, not in your way, in my way. But my way is not coming in your way, but your way is coming in my way. Because you are trying to obstruct me, You do not know me very well. You do not know me, my personality. You do not know what I think. The only thing, I am anti-national, I am anti-national, I am anti-national. When you do not know what is national, you do not understand what is national. You do not understand what is meaning of nation. You talk logically or illogically, it's up to you. But I have to do what I am doing. You may threaten me, you may say I shoot you, you may say anything, it doesn't affect me because I know you are a coward person. COWARD, a citizen who cannot think for nation, who cannot speak for nation, who cannot raise questions, who cannot raise questions to Prime Minister, to government, to system, that person is defined coward. You are coward. You are coward. Yes. That's a fact. I have every right not to be coward. And I am not. I am not coward at all. Coward is that person who cannot respond to questions. Coward is that leader who doesn't want to come to public and explain. That person is coward. All prime ministers used to answer questions. Even Dr. Manmohan Singh always conducted press conferences because he was not coward. Yes, he did not used to speak much because it's not necessary to speak much, to respond much. Your work should be answered. If I do work, I watch everything. I am ready. If somebody says what is that, what's the status on that, I will say this is my work, this is my answer. That's professionalism. What do you mean by that? You are anti-national. Are you kid? You don't know what is national versus anti-national? It's very important point I am discussing. There is no authority with anybody in this country to call other one anti-national. Who are you? Even judge cannot say me anti-national. Prime Minister cannot say me anti-national. If that man says you are first and get out of this. You have undertaken oath of constitution and you are talking to a person who appointed you some way directly, indirectly. You are calling anti-national. So you are based on anti-national vote. You are seated in this power because of anti-national. Get out of here! You are calling me anti-national. You are calling this nation anti-national. I am citizen of nation. It's my constitution. You worship God, say hell with you. I am not going to worship that bloody fool who killed father of nation. You are supporting that hell. Only responding religion, mullah, you are. What do you mean by that? You are rubbish. You are like, again I say, you are living in septic tank. You are not living in reality. You do not know where is sun, where is moon, where is earth. You do not know. Your mind has been filled with sewage. It's full of sewage. To improve this country, you have to open your eyes. Open your eyes. Come on, do engineering. Think. I always say think and do it and think and do it. If you don't think, you will not think. Don't think. I will think. If 90% people don't think, 10% people shall think. Okay, you live like animal, don't think. That's what Prime Minister wants, don't think. Prime Minister thinks only how to make you not to think. This is only Prime Minister. Government is doing that way. Government is planning in a way that people should not think. Because if you think, you raise question. What you are doing, Prime Minister? Don't raise this question. I am Prime Minister forever. Forever. Ravan was not forever. Even Ram was not forever. Krishna was forever. They all left. Ram left to continue as Vishnu. Same way Krishna continued as Vishnu. No more Ram in physical existence. No more Krishna in physical existence. You can be forever in Krishna. What was you? Oh, Prime Minister. Go and play with peacock. That's your objective only. The kindergarten Prime Minister. You are kindergarten Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister. I am enjoying on this because I got such a kid Prime Minister who thinks his world is everything. this is my pencil, this is my rubber, this is my notebook. It's like kids play. So it's entertaining also. So you are very nice in that way. You are welcome to be kindergarten prime minister only, not university prime minister. That's all I can say. You have destroyed economy just like toy takes a toy and breaks it. So you had done economy as a toy and broken it. What do you do? And you are not serious also. What I should say. My interest is down. It's clear power 790.9.75 to 5.7. So this is a clear reduction of 45%. So economy has gone down at least 45%. So that means that poor workers have no job. Middle class workers have no job. Who has job? MP is still in job, MLA is still in job, Prime Minister is still in job, President is still in job, courts are still in job, judges are still in job, governments are still in job. Who has no job? Poor worker has no job. Private building, private company employees have no job. They don't have job. Who are feeding you? On whose money you are living or thriving in? You are going to stay in a plight of 8,000 crores because you are Prime Minister, kindergarten Prime Minister. You don't know value of money because boy or girl, small boy or baby doesn't know value of money. So you don't know value of money. That's your indication. Unfortunate, that's the state of our affairs. There is no seriousness among our people. They want to lead only for sake of power. They don't want to use that power for future of this country. They want to, oh, I am that. That's this. I must go. I say this word I must go. I should be Bharat. We want something for Bharat, not for RSS, not for BJP, not for Congress, not for SP, not for BSP, not for anybody. What do you want is for Bharat. You may call Chamcha, who bothers about Chamcha? You are not going to decide that what I am. You are not going to decide. I don't allow you to decide. I know what I am. I know very well. And you can't change me. No one can change. Yes, you can kill me. That you can do. You can put me in jail, you can do. But you cannot stop me from thinking. You cannot stop me. Only God can stop me. You are not God. My God is within me. So, I am very clear. You listen to me. Bhakts. Today I learned meaning of bhakts. Really, I always argue with my sister, with relatives. Because they worship a lot, and they think worship is life. Okay, my sister or my brother, whoever they are. I don't mind that. This is your life, whomever you do. But don't force me to do that. And they never force me. Yes, when I was young too, means they try to convince me, but I never listen to them because I calculate first what I am doing is right or wrong. I don't say worship is right or wrong. It's up to you to decide. What do you worship? You have to decide. My worship is different. I believe in service to God, and my worship only that. First work is worship, and then if you do good for this world, that is worship. If you help others, that is worship. If you help your motherland, that is worship. If you help your society, that is worship. If you help those who are requiring your help, that's worship. And this worship is different kind of worship. You are cheating, you are doing every negative work, and then you say I'm going to temple or church or well, it doesn't mean anything. So worship doesn't mean work. State of your mind, state of your life, that's worship. This is social engineering. If I have that habit that I think for this nation, I think for this, because certainly engineering would improve. Thought goes everywhere. My thought starts from my childhood. It works in my family. It works in my education. It is development as such. So my education also means then if I don't think of cheating, certainly I will not copy in examination. It reflects there. If my father, don't worry, you have to pass, you do whatever you want, you come on certificate, I want certificate. If that certificate is an objective that you want, okay, I cheat, I copy, I use unfair means and pass examination because my parents say that you must have certificate. Or if my parents say no, you know something, you must have knowledge. That's an objective. Certainly I will not copy. I will use that time for studying rather than thinking of how to use unfair means. And that's basic understanding, basic establishment of character and nature of a person. And that's why, because what's your background, you say, what's your background? It doesn't mean what religion you have. It doesn't mean stand in your family. It means whether you study, you're a genuine person or you're a fake person. That means that if you're genuine, you must believe in yourself. You must have confidence in yourself. You should have a positive attitude. If you do something, you do something. Means people can rely on you, on your words and your promises. We say, no, 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 I don't know, I did copy, I talk to somebody, oh, no, no, when you know, if somebody is graduate or some teacher and ask her, oh, you are teacher, tell me what is that, and they say, no, 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 when she doesn't have answer or he doesn't answer, they say, oh, I passed through open only, that's the answer. What do you mean by open only? You did not study? How could you pass? Simple. So it means when you do not, you are not positively founded, your hesitation approach, always hesitate. And when you hesitate, this means you did not do what you should have done, or you did something you did what was not right, what was not amenable. So, and those who run away from answers, certainly they are not competent. I can simply say, if I am a manager, if I should simply say, okay, sorry, I don't know this. What's wrong with that? It happens with everybody in interviews or somewhere. Some question is raised and they say, you do know? No, I don't know this. Sorry, I don't know this. It doesn't mean I am out. No, it doesn't mean that. You cannot know everything. It's not possible. You know something, sometimes you do not know something. It depends. This doesn't mean, at least you frankly say, I don't know this, sorry. That's required. And a sharp answer is required. Sorry, ask me something else. I don't know this. But this should be only for one or two. If say every answer is I don't know, then you are not required to be there. That's also true. Because out of, suppose there is 10 questions and there were 5 questions which you know. Otherwise, why you are coming for attendance? No need. What I am saying is, you must be something. I am not saying you must be 100%. I am not 100%. Maybe I am 10% only. Means everybody is that. So engineering doesn't mean, engineering also says that you must have certain tolerance. We always say tolerance in measurement, tolerance in this, tolerance in that, tolerance everywhere. Of course, somewhere it is high tolerable, somewhere it is low tolerable. That depends. Sequence is also there, and deviation of sequence is also accepted to some extent. To some extent means where it doesn't impact on your quality or your safety. That's what I'm talking about. Though I was talking about something, but it affects your job, it affects your life. We have to consider it that way. If I am working in some profession, I'm working in wherever I work, I must know that job. If not 100%, at least 50%. Rest I can learn on job. And that's what experience means. When somebody joins, maybe that person only 20-30% okay. Remaining okay status that person shall get in life. That's why experience is more important than general qualifications or even professional qualification. You may have any degree, whatever highest degree you have, but when I think you are not valuable for what I am looking for, I say, okay, fine, on basis of your degree, I appoint you, you have to learn it for so many months, and when you are suitable for me, I'll put you on job. That job training, because apprenticeship you can call it. So that happens because they know what you learn is very, very little and it doesn't suit me. Every part of my, you should know every part of my car or this car, only then you can repair that car and drive that car. So otherwise you cannot do that. That's what, engineering also say. When we say engineering means, it doesn't mean that it's perfect. Yes, it is within perfection. To some extent it's right. Like human means somebody has one strength, somebody has another strength. Same way we give say engineering is that. But engineering is very important. Engineering is, so far whatever I talked to you, is also a part of engineering. This means social engineering. This is how you behave yourself, how you conduct. Means whole world is there, whole difference is there, all countries are there, people are there, all can't be same. So engineering is that, and when I say management and organization, this means also a kind of systematization. When say manage, what's management? What is organization actually? These are nothing but certain sets of systems that we adopt ourselves to limit ourselves. Not means at least you have a system, you can think of something, you have defined a process. This means we don't want you waste time. You adopt this procedure, or if possible you can do better, you define that procedure, and if it's worth, you can use that procedure. We want to save time, we want to do more job in that time, so that we can do better. That's what it is. Means You cannot simply say because this is not, but there's no line on stone also. There's no rigidity as well. If you can modify something, modify something. Nobody stops when you are trustworthy, when you are considered reliable, then you are an operator itself, you are an administrator itself. You know plus and minus, you do not go to seek advice for every activity. Rarely you take advice or you give advice, and people know, they may after some time, you are called, you are settled in. This means you do your job yourself, you are understanding what's job requirement because you learned it. By virtue of experience and by virtue of your basics, you become expert then after many years of working, and that expertise means you know every plus and minus, every bad or good about this job. You know how to perform this job, how to make time better use, how to make money better use. So that's where we think, I think that that's right. So it's engineering world. It's world of engineering we call this. Means it doesn't mean engineering discipline only. This means engineering society also. Society should use engineering for its benefit. It's not that you use house or flyover only, then you are using, means your life is also engineering. Your work is also, you have to systemize yourself, and you do that. You send your kid to school under system, timetable is there, everything is there. For you also there is a time schedule. You say they get up early morning or this time and get up, I have to get ready and go to university or go to my college or office. So that's what's daily system. And what time I have to come back, what time I have to take my food or no, I have to buy. All that's very, very minute activities, minor activities in your life. And same as engineering, there's no difference in it except that there's a technical study technical. Now there's a difference, people are calling study and knowledge. I don't understand. And some people want to boast themselves, they know everything. This happens. Study includes everything, and study doesn't mean this cramming. Study means intellectualism. Study means really it is structure. It is that study covers everything. There is no separate saying for that. Study means you are a student, and until you die you are a student. Until you live your life itself is student life, even after you are a matured person. Yeah, I'm an engineer, but I'm still a student of engineering. I'm a student of world. I don't deny that fact. Yes, I'm different type of student. I'm high level of student because I study by watching, I study by experiencing, not from books alone. I update myself for every little information. And that's what engineering is about. It's not simply saying that you have to learn differently. There is no different learning other than experience in life. Experience is master, experience is doctor. It teaches you everything, and that's what we have to control with. Just like experience of environment, pollution. Nobody started pollution from books, it started from observation. When you are not able to breathe properly, you say, oh, this is very bad air. Until that time you are not, until you experience, oh, this is carbon dioxide based air, it's giving you problem, I'm getting asthma. There is a nitrogen also, there's oxygen too, everything is there in air. Majority is nitrogen and oxygen. You do not value that because you never differentiated. I have very fresh air. I get up in the morning, go for a walk with air is fresh. Air is very fresh, I like it, enjoy it. It pleases you, it uses energy. But when carbon dioxide comes in, you start feeling different. What this is? I'm feeling bad smell. There's something wrong. That's a differentiation. You understand what's difference now? This is difference. Virtual difference, practical difference. How to identify that? This difference will come to you automatically, and that is what experience is about. Means experience. What experience is? To do something simple. Experiment, we say experiment based. Experiment leads to experience. Every day you do something is an experiment also. It doesn't mean you should do in life. Whatever you learn or whatever you think, you every day buy something and you exchange money. What is that? That's also mathematics, part of mathematics. You know how much I have paid, how much I have bought for, and I have to take this or you know. That's mathematics, right? Day and night is part of mathematics. Year circulation is part of mathematics. System is mathematics. We should understand this fact. Study at every level is important. And when you study means you are studying everything. It's not that without study you can be intelligent. I don't believe that. Yes, you can be intelligent to some extent. because it's not necessary you study from books only. You study, for example, time study. Let us say, when some machine works, we do not know what's performance level of this machine. So what do? We study its working. We study its performance. We do not take coefficients from books. We say no. Books is means every machine is different. Let us watch for 1 day, 2 day how this machine works, how much time it takes for one excavation bucket to come out, or like that, how much time it takes to return this truck. Let's say this truck and say how many hours it will take to come back from this route. This is all called time studies. So time study means which informs us its conduct, and this time study keeps on changing also depending on how old machine is. So that study is continuous, and we'll describe based on that what is the efficiency of this machine. Just like we say, if it's more than 50% efficiency, more than 50% machine, then we say that up to 50% fine, we agree, okay, fine, it's okay. No machine can give 100% efficiency, that's not possible. There are losses, just like water supply in pipe. You say, what was head of, we just define the head of water there. We don't say kilogram of water at a point where it starts to go to your home and say, what was head of this water, this head of that water. So when we say how percentage of water, the energy that we are actually defining energy, in fact, because this potential energy we call it, that's called potential energy. That's at top. When it's stationary, something is stationary. In air at high, it has some potential energy, not kinetic energy. But when it comes in movement form, it's called kinetic energy. So we know what's potential there. We call it potential energy, right? So that potential energy is different at height. But when that same energy reaches at end where delivery is done, there are many losses in that. There are losses through flow of pipe. We call some loss for fall. The friction losses there, losses bend, losses this and losses that. We call that one for FLS square or 2GD. So the friction losses there. There's loss at bend and loss at this, and we all calculate those, some of them. So this energy was there, and now we have so many losses are there. So value of patches come down to buy this one, so that energy is reduced there. This remaining energy has been consumed by system. So everything is consumed by system. So that energy, what energy we have in mind, it doesn't mean that energy should be for body, and this mind sends energy to body. It reduces outcome. That's very important point to see, and that the life should be understood like this. Not because I'm saying so you should like it. No, you experience yourself. If you experience and decide something that's more realistic than if I tell you something. I only advise something. It doesn't mean that it works. I advise because I feel something. I feel some problem and I analyze that, I find some solution, and that's what engineering is about. You have to find solution in life. First, for finding solution, you have to understand that problem, and that's called analytical study. Analytical study is first requirement before going to synthetic, or the assembly solution. If you cannot understand synthesis, there's the assembly solution. You have certain analytical questions, and those questions you have answered, and now based on those answers, you are working on assembly of that, and you get result in that solution. The solution is equal to all of considerations put together, and you get some answer or the equivalence of that. And let's just say right hand side, so left hand side, and left hand side, so right hand side. This is in equations, that language. So when you get that one, you can say, yes, I got this answer, and that is answer, which is called engineering product. Uses your own engineering for this. It's not civil engineering or mechanical engineering. It is your life engineering, and engineering applies everywhere. So this application of engineering is different kind of engineering, but we do that, but we do not name that. That's only difference. We name it differently. That this is not this, this is that one. That's our criteria. Our name has no meaning at all. Name doesn't change anything. It's effect that is required. It's effect. Your effect was you did something, you thought something, and thought is also not in your hands alone. It's in hands of your circumstances and how it works and how serious you are. If you have an emergency, then you do everything very fast. Though you become in panic, yet you do that. When you are not emergency, you leave it open. Leave, it's not very urgent. we must see priority of our requirements. Our requirements, okay, this is for to be used after 2 months, we'll see, keep it down, we'll see that time. Just like a lawyer says, okay, this case is in file, put in file, I'll look after 6 months. So what I'll do it now, I don't use this tomorrow. That's where life moves in. So engineering is not that. Engineering is not that. Engineering moves on. Your building does not stop working. You are living in a house or really building, and you don't value that one point. Of that means you say it's my building and I'm living in that because I paid for this more than return, I think, right? But you don't know the building is working for you. Because this is a different kind of working. You see, it is not coming with a glass of water to you. It's just working, and you do not value that because you don't understand that. If you understand, only then we can say it's working. And all buildings are working, just like our body is working. We feel this because we live in this body. We don't feel in this building I'm living, and this building is working for me. And that's only difference, In your body or in the car, it's working, or where you think that's working, you car drives, you drive and you reach somewhere, so you say it's working. But building cannot drive. If somebody is driving, you don't forget that. It's driving you all the time, but you do not. And the only engineers can understand that is serving you. That's why service, we say limit state that service limit, or this is ultimate limit. So service is there. That's why we call service limit. Otherwise, why shall we call? When we reach ultimate limit, then look, collapse only. There's no existence of that building. So service is very important. Every building serves you. It works for you. You don't need that because building is such a void, such a voluminous that you don't see it's shivering. It shivers also. It feels cold also. It feels hot as well, and it sweats also. You cannot say that. It takes seepage also. It has got pores in it, so it works. And don't worry. Otherwise, there's nothing it cannot work. If it cannot work, you cannot make building. You make building because it works. So you should really understand this difference of explanation doesn't mean everything should be spoken. Only thing is indicative explanation is good, and that's what I try to. I don't say you accept what I say. You do yourself. You experience yourself and think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm drunk. Who knows? You don't know. Though I don't drink, but I'm just saying in my place there can be anybody involved who speak, who explain to you something. So that explanation is valuable if you understand that. And that explanation may be what level. If you don't try to understand, that's no meaning. So I take engineering that way. If I do engineering, it should be really worthy. And if I think, oh no, it's not that, then I should say that it's really not right and not right, and then I say okay fine, I should not do that, and then I say yes, it's okay, and it should mean. Well, it's okay fine, but when I was talking is something different, and engineering is every day I define it different. Today it's completely social way. So I want to socialize with this. I think every action in life is very important. It's not simply saying it's important, it is important. Action is important, and reaction is certainly important because action is important. Because action and reaction have got equal value, but in opposite directions. There is a left hand side and right hand side. So action and reaction are always equal and opposite. This is what science says, and we accept that, and that's really wonderful. And we have to see that from that point of view. And if we cannot see from that point of view, then we cannot say something is right, something wrong. So that's what life is all about, and that's what we have to think, and we have to do. And I can say that this way we move forward. We achieve something, we struggle to achieve. We have to struggle to achieve, not because we have to earn money, but we have to experience something. If everybody used to think for money, then there would be no science in this world, no formula in this world, because those people sacrificed and they did something which we use today. That's also a fact of life. Everybody cannot think for money, everybody cannot work for money. People work for some objective. Money is one objective, but not all objective. And that's also true that without money, There can be no exchange, there can be no transaction. But every transaction does need money. Knowledge transaction does not need money. And development of mind does not need money. Yes, you have to study, you have to learn, and you have to teach also. There is a stage in life of everybody when you start teaching formally. Teaching is not in class, in public class, in social class, in world class. So we have to differentiate together. We have to rise up. We have to raise ourselves, and that's where engineering starts. Engineering starts from excavation of a building, and before that also from planning, and before that also from various reports and studies, and then we start excavation, go step by step, every level, and we reach top, and then also we do finishing and servicing, and we see yes, building is ready for use, and that's what we are. We start from beginning of birth and then move onwards, because then we develop ourselves. We have to develop health, we have to develop wealth, we have to develop mind, we have to do everything so that we are workable. So we act as product, we work as product of ourselves. In fact, this is the best product you have. You have this body and mind. You just taking very small food and live on this. That's where means very small food is enough for us. Just like we eat 2 chapatis, 3 chapatis also. And even a baby, small baby takes only little and that enjoys. So it means very small food is enough for running this body, a very small quantity of water. So you say that, can you scale it? Can you just proportion it? Times whatever kilogram, how much I eat a day. So even 2% or 1% is enough for your life as far as food is concerned, water is concerned. And that point leaves us to thinking that that small proportion is good for health makeup. So mind is how much? What is weight of mind? Can you define weight of mind? You cannot define weight of mind. You cannot define anything. You can only define mind. I have good mind, I have powerful mind. You can define the strength of your mind. You can define weight of your mind, because mind is never weighed. It has no weight. It is weightless. It is only thought. It's only opinion. It's only working function of your mind that gives you answers. There's no. It's like electrical voltage, electrical flow in wire, but you don't know what weight wire is, what weight, how it works, how this voltage flows into that. We say sinusoidal curve, or some say ABC curve, direct curve, alternating curve. Only we know theoretically, but until you touch it or you're shocked, you do not know what it is. Once I was learning car driving in Abu Dhabi, though I had license from Qatar. So there was one requirement that you have to go and pass first theory test, and then you have to go to road for passing this. No need of any internal test. So I appeared in that theory, and in one class, this instructor, what he said, come on, there was a small ramp, and says, oh, one of you come and sit down here. So I got up, I just got up, there were so many, so okay, let me go. I sat in that, and it's okay, tie your balance, but okay. So I think about 7-8 feet long ramp with car seat on that fixed on rails. There's no car, just car seat, and it has to go down. Then I don't know what he's going to do. He just, okay, you're fine, Dalto, and then open the button, and down on ramp, and strike on ball. Oh, bomb! What did you feel? I was safe. I didn't know what's going to do. But what did you feel? I feel shocked. Impact. Yes. That's what I say. And that instructor asked me, do you know what was the speed? 5 kilometers per hour. This was 5 kilometers per hour speed. And you see what was power of that impact. I say, yes, very high. That's what I say. This is answer to this effect to 5 kilometer speed. What shall be effect when it's 100 kilometer or 150 kilometer? You imagine yourself. 5 kilometers this impact. Means if you brake at 5 kilometer speed, person who is hit, what shall happen to him at 5 kilometers? So what about 100 kilometers? Really? It is called teaching style by experience. You experience yourself what you want to feel. And if you don't experience, you cannot feel anything. And feeling is also a kind of learning. Feeling means feeling physically. I'm not saying emotionally, physically. When you walk, what do you feel? Your pain in your feet, or you feel a kind of fatigue in your body. But that's not for all of it. Maybe for few minutes when you start your walk. But once you have traveled, say half a kilometer, say for 10 minutes or 5-6 minutes, you find little heated up and relaxed, because during the walking, your system works as friction body. Your body within yourself, your bones are in heat up, they are in friction. You are in friction because you walk on footpath or on road. There's a surface area of your soul, and there's a coefficient of friction between yourself, your soul or your shoes or chappals and ground, and that friction, and your weight is downwards, and if perceived perpendicular to your that, there will be some coefficient friction into your weight, which is force you are applying it. You are not applying it for vertically, or you are working in horizontal direction, and that's called your force you are applying for your weight into that coefficient. That is called force. And per meter you walk, you say I am doing this work per meter, and you voice per kilometer I have done this work, and that is nothing but energy you use from your body, and that's called your BHP, or we can say your brake horsepower, you may say. So that's what your energy is applying. This we have to understand exactly, and this all application of engineering, though we may consider, but walking is an engineering exercise. It's an engineering activity, just like driving is a mechanism of engineering. Similarly, you can say thinking is also engineering. And if you can think, you can engineer. And if you cannot think, you cannot engineer. That's also true. So my thinking is very important. When I say thinking, it means engineering thinking, not ordinary thinking. Engineering thinking is required everywhere. It doesn't mean you are an engineer. It should be everywhere in life, because life is based on engineering, system is based on engineering, whole universe is based on engineering. Mathematics are also engineering mathematics, non-engineering mathematics. So this is engineering mathematics you are worried, I am worried about. That's why we are here. Engineering mathematics means it's high power mathematics. It's the mathematics capable of doing something practically in a constructive way. That is called engineering mathematics. Otherwise, there's different mathematics, mensuration there is, and ordinary level mathematics that they do not contribute to engineering. Yes, they accumulate there in power of differential equation, differential calculus, integral calculus, trigonometry, coordinate geometry, like that. They sit there, they come in and all work together in various formulas, various derivation formulas, empiricalism, because they work there. And that's all engineering is about. Say, for example, when you talk of sciences, when you talk of applied mechanics or theory of structure, all this come into play. And that's why you call theory, means theory of structure. What is that? Subject is theory of, what does it mean? Structure, theory of structure means analysis of structure, means basic understanding of a structure. That is theory of structure. The subject is not because its name, this is functional name. Theory of structure means you understand how theory, what is theory after all? What do you mean by theory? We have to first understand that. Theory, T-H-E-O-R-Y. What is O-R-Y and what is T-H-E? You can, T-H-E, you can say, the Ori, what is Ori? Ori is nothing but product of origin, and origin X-O-X and Y-O-Y axis, there's no origin. Or O, and if you consider Z also it is origin. So origin means start. It can be before O, it can be much before O, or it can be only after O. If just you start after O, means the right side of O, so you say we start in positive, so you are given complete information in the working with that. Or otherwise you are extracting information from past. That's called negative information which you do not have. You discover that, and that's called, you are going from negative to positive. So you are bringing something out of your own efforts and using that for present. So it's same thing means we cannot simply say one part we have to sit on, other part also. So when I say our engineering is that, it's from past, it's from non-existence to existence. It means assumption to existence, it's presumption to existence. When we drive, so let us assume this is that, let's assume that is that. We start from assumption and we live to existence. That's engineering. In a world of imagination, a world of imagination is called hypothetical world, where imagination exists, but it exists. We are calling it imagination or vision, but this vision comes because something is there, that's why it's coming to you, otherwise it cannot come to you. And maybe you are selected for that, that's why it's coming to you. It's not coming to me, because there is a power that thinks you are suitable for that. So that power is trying to deliver to you that information, which you call it vision. And engineering is a vision, in fact. Engineering is a vision. It's not hypothetical, it's not, when say imagine, for me, imagine is a solid. Maybe it's not for you, but for me it is. When I say something is imaginary, this means yes, it's imaginary because it is. Because it is. That's why it is imaginary. Otherwise it can't be imaginary. For you it is image, but for me it is an object. I am also image now talking to you. I am image. I am moving image. But image. Think of this. What is image? It's a photograph of the image. There's a power in that. There's a soul in that. Means we are, I imagine something. I imagine something. Yes, there is something, that's why you imagine. Who is giving you that image? It cannot come automatically. There is someone who has this, who wants you to you. For that's not image, no. For that person who is transmitting this image to you, for that this is not image, this is actual. This is actual. That person, that power wants, plans for you to accept this and develop it. Because you have to develop it with sources given by that power. You develop that. You develop that image to some objective existence. So that image comes as transition to you, as a information flow to you, and you have to do that in your life. And if you do that, because you have support of that body which gives you that, so you shall certainly do it. And that is called visionary engineering. When we do engineering, we don't know what solution. We try one, we try other, we try third, we try fourth. And certainly by heat and trial and error, we can reach some solution. And there are not some solutions, sometimes many solutions. And they do well, then we have to find which one is best one, which one is efficient one. If we have many solutions to one problem, then we define ourselves which is best for this, and we do that. And that's what is development, that's what evolution means. It's not necessary you have to one approach, you have many approaches, and that approach you have to select. And this is very important point in life, we should understand this. It's not easy, it's difficult sometimes, but it is. We cannot deny this fact, it is there. I'm watching because I have to go to roof, to terrace. So my dear friends, I'm talking to you, maybe thinking I talk same thing again and again. Yes, I talk same thing because you should remember that. Sometime if you listen again and again, just like in worship you chant same mantra again and again. This doesn't mean you don't know that mantra, you know that mantra. But it's a kind of practice that you know better than you knew before. Or you feel that it exists. So it's not bad if you repeat something. Because sometimes you can't view properly or your concentration absent. So it doesn't matter, it's after all, means we are not charging anything, you are not paying anything, and the world moves like this. But definition of engineering is very important. Again I say, for me it is very important. For you it is very important. Do not stop it, do not confine it at education level. It moves throughout life till you till you go from this world. Till that time, engineering applies to your life. And it applies in every sense. It's not you yourself, your body itself is engineered product. If you consider that, it's not by human engineer, it's by power of engineer, God engineer. And God knows about this very well. That one time you will think this, but you have to express that. And that expression is called physical reality. Because this is only physical entity, first physical entity in world, which you can say first product of world, other than material. Means this is not material alone. This is, you cannot simply say material. This is much more than material. Much more than material. That we should respect it that way. And if we can respect it that way, we can do a lot with this. We can do a lot with this, with every point of view. And we can say that yes, we have this, we have that. That point we should clearly understand. I'll take just 2 or 3 minutes and I'll come back, or I should continue for that. I was talking about soil. Soil, very important material for us in addition to all other materials. And this soil I cannot forget any day of my life, because I am also soil. If you consider this as body only, or I sit on soil because I am using this floor and building. So building is ultimately resting and transferring its power to soil, its energies to soil, its weight to soil, and it's standing, it's working because of that soil. And if soil does not exist, then I could not make this building, you could not make that building. The building is teacher to me that this rests on soil. This is basics of soil. If soil does not exist, this building cannot exist, this road cannot exist, this whatever you are using cannot exist, garden cannot exist, flowers cannot exist. Soil is that powerful material. Your gold may not be useful, your diamond may not be useful, platinum may not be useful, but soil is certainly useful for us. That's message soil gives to me, to you, and we have to realize that message. Only problem is we keep off from realization and we suffer. We suffer because we don't want to realize facts, that this is my mother. For example, people say mother means not my biological mother, mother of, we can say motherland. Motherland, so whole world is motherland. In fact, that's also true. Motherland or fatherland, both land it is. We say motherland or we say parent land or whatever we say. Whole world is one land. So we fraction that into countries, and so we say this is my country, this is your country. In fact, there is no country. There is only one country, and that's called Earth. And there is only one unity, that's called entity, human being, nothing else. And if you think that way, I think this would be best place for everybody to happily live. But this doesn't happen because of our minds are very mean, very low. Our profile is too low. We believe in body, we don't believe in soul, and that's why it happens. Until we try to believe in body and soul, we cannot solve problems. When you think everybody is human, everybody has right to live, means despite having difference of opinions, they have to live. In whichever country you live, you have to live. That thought, that philosophy requires development. It doesn't come through religion. It doesn't come through some other method. It comes only if you really understand what is life. Air is for everybody, water is for everybody, sky is for everybody, sun is for everybody, stars are for everybody. There is no difference in nature. Nature allows even animals and birds to share same air. We cannot understand this point. It's yours, it's mine, it's yours, oh give me mine, give me yours, I'll fight with you. That tendency has to go. Because nothing belongs to one, it belongs to everyone. And if we cannot know this point, then we cannot know anything. And that's where we have to stand, we have to think of. And I think engineering is that first subject which teaches you this. Engineering doesn't differentiate between human. A concrete doesn't say I am for you or I am for you. Water doesn't say anything. And same way, they allow everyone, whoever comes to them, and that is where beauty lies in, and that is beauty. That's what I say. So engineering is actually for everyone, just like medical is for everyone. If the doctor starts saying, "Oh no, I don't treat you because you are not my religion," I think that way medical shall end. Medical service shall end because that medical etiquettes don't allow. And that day when I start saying, "Oh, this is I cannot make building for you. I can make building for this person because this person is having this religion, and I don't accept you because you are in this religion." That day engineering will stop. Simple. These are sciences. These are standard of works which are not meant for this kind of class. These are meant for everyone. When we make buildings, we make for animals also. So you cannot say that. I mean, if you bring that dirt into world of professions of medical or engineering, then you indirectly destroy humanity. You destroy good thoughts, and then I think that applies to you. When I say yada yada hi dharmasya, that part applies to you. In fact, one should be angry to teach the lesson. But that's person for last 6 years in my country and also in all world, it's happening that no sentiments are left for humanity. Money is considered everything. So engineering is not money. I clearly say engineering is no money, but material produced by engineering is of course money. We, as we say, engineers produce assets of a country. That's true. As we produce, and it takes a lot of time to produce that. Not in 1 hour or 2 hours produce. It takes many months to produce even a single build. Very simple building. We have to be very careful in that understanding, and that understanding is a real one. And if we can really do that, we can get a lot on that. Now I'm just taking 5-10 minutes to come back. I'll try to share something with you, and that's where I can share something with you then and come back. And meanwhile I'll go and put this off and off for some time so I should also rest and come back. Don't worry. I'm coming back in 2 minutes. Okay. That's fine then. We back on up to good morning G. Morning. Morning. Thanks. भाई जाओ यार, जाती नहीं है यार. हाँ. So let's go to our subject. That was soil, and I'll share document, but let me go to something else first, because it's engineering that I'm discussing. And I remember I talked to you long back about expensive soils. You remember that Mount Morellite and all that. And I also discussed with you something about, yesterday I was talking something machine foundation. So it's also very important to talk of that. I discussed with you about resonance and effect, about free vibration, about damped vibration, and of course there's much more in technically involved, but I will not just go to that technical level first, calculations, because you have to understand first what actually it is we're talking of. For example, I talked of this what do you call it, actually I talked of Pound's material talk, Burkan's method I talked to you before that. With Loring formula I discussed, that was that natural frequency is equal to 1 over 2 pi under root A into J over Ws plus W G, where A is contact area between base of the foundation and soil, and W is equal to weight of vibrator. That's machine and foundation. Machine and foundation both are vibrate, because both machine vibrates, so foundation vibrates, and foundation vibrates means your soil also vibrates, and soil is considered as a part of a spring. In place of that foundation, soil is there, and soil is kind of a spring, we consider in this case. And W as weight of vibrating vibration, apparent soil mass. It says then says that Burkan method was and equal to M, which is the natural frequency of system that we have to find, and that system is foundation and soil, and of course machine is there. So machine is operating frequency. We take into consideration operating frequency of machine, and we consider natural frequency of foundation soil, and that's omega M is equal to Cu compression coefficient. You can say coefficient of elastic uniform compression. That's called Cu multiplied by area of foundation contact, and that's divided by mass of machine and foundation, and that's under root of that. So omega M is equal to Cu A or M, and that's there. And then you can say then the amplitude of displacement can be given by formula, that's AZ, that's amplitude maximum displacement, equal to exciting force, that's PO, divided by mass, or you can say mass and operating frequency square into 1 minus eta whole square, and eta is equal to frequency ratio, that's omega M or omega N. Value of coefficient of elastic uniform compression, that's Cu, that's for soil, can be determined by following the equation, and this equation is Cu is equal to 1.13 minus Young modulus elasticity 1 minus mu square, where mu is Poisson's ratio, 0.35 for sand and 0.4 for silt, and multiplied by 1 over under root A is area of foundation. That's coefficient of elastic compression, uniform compression. It is solution is based on theory of elasticity, problem concerning distribution of normal stresses under base contact area of rigid plate. This is the value of coefficient of elastic uniform compression of soil, that is Cu, and that's equal to 1.13 minus E over 1 minus eta mu square, and multiplied by 1 over under root A. So we see that value of Cu, that's coefficient of elastic uniform compression, Cu coefficient of elastic uniform compression, depends not only on elastic constant E and mu, which defines elastic properties of soil, but also on size of base contact area of foundation. Value of Cu changes in inverse proportion to square root of base area of foundation. A series of experiments were performed by D.A. Paulchen in this connection, and it was found that experimental and theoretical values agree fairly with all investigations confirm that Cu of soil decreases well with an increase in area of foundation base. If there are two foundations of area A1 and A2 and Cu1 and Cu2 are coefficients of elastic uniform compression, they can be expressed in following forms. Cu2 is equal to Cu1 under root A1 over 2 under root A1 over A2. Now, in construction practice involving erection of large number of foundations for machinery subject to dynamic loads, special investigations for elastic properties of soil, that is E and mu, are necessary at site. These investigations may not be always possible. Hence, Burkan has given value of coefficient of elastic uniform compression Cu for different types of soils in different conditions. In this, the value of Cu is given if an area A is equal to 10 meters square, and this is category of soil is 1, 2 and 3. In category 1 it is soil type, and that is weak soil. This is category 1, weak soil, clay and silty clay with sand. Clay is there, silty clay is there, and sand is there. There is silty clay with sand. In a plastic state, clay and silty sand, also soils of category 2 and 3 with lamina of organic silt and of peat. This is soil number 1, and if you see other one is soils of medium strength clays and silty clays with sand close to plastic limit, that is sand also, and 3 strong soils, clays and silty clays with sands of hard consistency, gravel and gravelly sand, and losses and loessier and soils. So these are 3 classes. So for one which is weaker, it's given that permissible load on soil under action of static load only kilogram per centimeter square, a permissible load that is 1.5 kilogram per centimeter square or 15 tons per centimeter square per meter square. Value of Cu kilogram per centimeter square, and that is for 10 square meters is equal to up to 3. That is value of Cu. And in second case, where it's better soil, means a medium strength, and then you can say permissible load on soil under action of elastic load only, that's 1.5 to 3.5 tons per meter square. I think yes, 1.5, 15 to 35 tons per square, I'm sorry, and that's 3 to 5, and other class it is, that is load is 35 to 50 tons per square meter. Value of Cu maybe 5 to 10. So, and then last one is rocks, which is more than 5, the load bearing is 50 tons per square meter, value of Cu is more than 10. This is table. I can show you this first of all. You see this formula, and then you refer to this Barkhan's table, and this is here. You can see this is your formula. Barkhan's formula here. And then this is a table here. That's the formula first. Can you hear me? And then you see this table, which is 4 categories of soil included in this for your reference. And the rest is important is where 4 categories of soil: low, medium, high, and rock. Barkhan's Cu, coefficient of elastic compression. That's this. Now it's Pauw's method, Pauw's method. Pauw has developed a theory for determination of natural frequency following assumptions. The spring is having weight. That's one thing. Let me take some water first. So let's say Pauw's method. Now theory is there that spring is having weight. We consider spring is having weight. Load distribution affects along a truncated pyramid. That's when load is there, means it spreads into soil on like this truncated pyramid with a slope alpha over 2 in each direction. In other words, pressure on any horizontal surface is assumed uniform, alpha is assumed unity. Modulus of elasticity of soil is proportional to depth in case of cohesionless soil. Soil obeys Coulomb's law. So model of elasticity of soil is proportional to depth. In case of cohesionless soil obeys Coulomb's law. Now Pauw assumed a rectangular footing of length of A and B width, and is acted upon by uniformly distributed load, and high. His concept of load dispersion is that of a truncated prism in which vertical component of pressure from footing is assumed to decrease with depth and is bound by planes sloping outwards from footing at an angle tangent alpha 2 with vertical, where alpha is stress dispersion angle in soil. Let effective zone be up to height Z. Effective Z up to height Z. Modulus of elasticity ES at depth in effective zone can be given by following formula. That is modulus of elasticity ES and in depth of effective zone, and that is ES is equal to, that is EZ or ES, I don't know, EZ. I can't read this. Yeah. Beta into H plus Z beta into S plus Z, and beta H plus Z means where beta is increase of Ez with depth. Means as depth increases, Ez also increases. Height of an equivalent soil. H is height of an equivalent soil. Surcharge. So now what is the equation? That is to only this equation when we say E is Z is equal to beta into S plus Z for cohesionless soil. For cohesive soil, Ez is equal to E and remains constant at every depth height. Equivalent soil surcharge is a height such that H is equal to E0 over beta, where E0 is equal to modulus of elasticity of soil at base of foundation. For cohesionless soil, cohesionless sand, E0 is equal to 0 at unconfined surface, hence H is equal to 0. If there is surcharge on surface, such as weight of foundation, then H is equal to Q over gamma. Q is equal to intensity of pressure at foundation level, gamma is unit weight of soil. For a partially cohesive soil, H can be given by following formula. H is equal to Q over gamma plus E over beta. Some values of E is E0 and beta for soils are given in this table. In this table I'll show you that first assumptions of this scientist pose, and also this table which is value of E0 and B, and this is name of soil, and second column is EU in kilogram per centimeter square, and then E in kilogram per centimeter square per meter. So this is, let me take it like this, sorry, now it is, for example, it says soil is dense sand and gravel, then E is that is in dense sand and gravel, E0 is 0, and beta, that is beta, we studied beta, that is rate of increase with depth, which is 700 kilogram per centimeter square per meter. That's beta. So dense sand is 0, and that's 400 to 580 kilogram per centimeter square per meter. That's beta. Loose sand is 0, and beta is 70 to 140 kilogram per centimeter square, and loose silty sand E0 is 7, and beta is 58 to 115 kilogram per centimeter square per meter. When I say 7, this means this is kilogram per centimeter square. And also dense silty sand, that is 21 kilogram per centimeter square, and beta is 230 to 460 kilogram per centimeter square, and also that's per meter. And stiff clay or plastic, clay and semi-solid, that is E0 is 56 to 105 kilogram per centimeter square, and beta is equal to 11.5 to 23 kilogram per meter square per centimeter square per meter. And stiff clay, plastic, that is 28 to 56 kilogram per centimeter square, and beta is 11.5 to 23 kilogram per centimeter square per meter, and weak clay plastic, that's 14 to 28 kilogram per centimeter square E02, and beta is 11.5 to 23 kilogram per centimeter square per meter. These are in this table. I will show you this table. This is very old. You may have newtons nowadays. I am telling you in kilogram. You convert yourself. So I am product of kilogram per centimeter of tons. You are product of newtons. So you care about newtons, no problem. The value of spring constant K can be found by following formula, that K is equal to beta into B square lambda for rectangular base, and K is equal to pi over 4 beta B square lambda for circular base. For given value of AH over B and ratio A over B, value of lambda B over A can be found from curves, and these curves, thus lambda can be found. After that, K can be calculated from, and curves of this figure have been developed by Pau. So let me show you first these diagrams and tables, which are of course very important. I'll show you this first of all, dispersion of how this force dispersion, that's here. You can say my hand is on that, so I change that to here, that is here. You can say all these values are here, which you can see, and these values can be referred to. All this formula here and referred to. Now we go further, and Pau also says from these curves, and these curves are here, and it says that Pau also developed expression for apparent soil mass ms by equating kinetic energy of affected zone to kinetic energy of mass assumed to be concentrated at base of foundation. So that is m soil is equal to gamma b square over alpha g centimeter. The cm is factor whose value can be obtained from curves of figure. Now there are two curves here, and this is alpha beta over A x-axis, and this is G is equal to LB over B, LH over B, alpha H over B, and log scale. So these are equivalent soil spring constants for horizontal constant surface. This alpha beta over A, alpha lambda beta over alpha on x-axis or on abscissa, and that is G is equal to S is equal to alpha H over B, that's log scale, and there are five curves in this. One is A over B is equal to, I think, 1, A over B is equal to 1, other one is A over B equal to 2, A over B equal to 4, A over B equal to 10, and A over B equal to infinity. These are there, and is called equivalent spring or soil spring constant for horizontal constant surfaces. And there's another curve is determination of factor Cm, and here Cm A over B, that is 0, 1 to 6, and S is equal to alpha H over B. That's from top 0.2 down to This is 7 or 6, I don't exactly, 7 I think. These curves are here, and here in first case it's showing that, let us see, different kind of curves. AB is equal to R is means all starting from top to bottom. This is value. This curves the R, this you can find lambda value from this. These are that curves. A Paul has given following formula for determining natural frequency, that is Fn is equal to 1 over 2 pi under root k over ms plus mu, ms plus mv. So ms is equal to apparent soil mass, mv is equal to mass of machine and foundation, and amplitude of vibration can be found by following formula, and that is Az is equal to F naught, that is maximum dynamic force, sum of centrifugal force due to rotating weight and dynamic force due to acceleration of reciprocating part, that is F naught, divided by K under root 1 minus Wm over Wn whole square and whole square total plus 2C over Cv into Wm over Wn. So this is maximum dynamic force, form of centrifugal force due to rotating weight and dynamic force due to acceleration of rotating force. C over Cv is equal to damping ratio to C over Cv, and that is damping ratio, and assumed to be 0.15, and you can say that C naught M over C naught is equal to frequency ratio, frequency of machine to frequency of foundation system. So we say acceptable amplitude of vibration depends on location of machine as well as permissible amplitude for machine itself. An amplitude that would be entirely acceptable in an isolated area or in midst of heavy manufacturing district might be very annoying. In an apartment area, of serious in vicinity of delicate instrument, you can say Ross suggests following formulae for limiting amplitude. For frequency less than 1800 RPM, it should be equal to 9.54 per inches and 70,660 per F square. For greater frequencies, where F is natural frequency in cycles per minute. Theoretical equation for determination of amplitude assumes that foundation rests on surfaces when base of foundation is below surface, which is always case, then value of amplitude will be less. Alright, now we go further on this, that theoretical equation for determination of amplitude assumes that foundation rests on surface when basis of foundation is below surface, which is always case, then value of amplitude shall be less. There are very few data on amount of reduction in amplitude, and value depend on type of soil, depth below surface and shape of base. Now from few data available, constant by which should be multiplied this value in equation. This should be multiplied, yes, roughly given below, and b is equal to 1 minus 0.6 z over b dash. Z is depth of foundation below surface, and b dash is equal to average width and length of base. So this is, I'll show you this one time and put my fan also on because I'm doing it. So I show you this once again as part of show you this. You can see this cross, find value of lambda. You can see this from here, and you can see here when I'm telling you about this. And do it again, and the process. I'll go through some types of machine foundations now, not numerical word but just a theoretical word, and we see how these work. This is now types of machine foundations. Let us discuss them. It's not very difficult, it's very normal. We are going to talk of, I keep it here something. Yes, types of machine foundation. Now depending on design criteria of their foundations, machine may be grouped as follows. Those producing impact forces like presses, forge hammer, etc. Those producing periodical forces, periodicals, compressors, and high speed machines such as turbines and rotary compressors, other miscellaneous machines. What types? Number one is impact machine, presses and forge hammers, and these periodical forces, that is compressors, these the forces, and high speed machines, which is like turbines, say, and rotary compressors, and also other machines. Now based on their structural forms, machine foundations are classified as follows. Block type foundation, that is comprising of pedestal of concrete on which machine rests. That's called block. Caisson or box type foundation is comprising of a hollow concrete block supporting machine on its top. Then wall type foundation, which consisting of pair of walls which support machine on their top, and frame type foundation consisting of vertical columns supporting on their top a horizontal network of frame which provides seat of machine. Machines producing periodical and impulsive forces at low speed are mounted on block type foundation. Machines producing periodical and impulsive forces at low speed are mounted on block type foundation. Machines working at high speed and rotating type machines are normally mounted on framed foundations. So it's that machines working at high speeds and rotating type machines are normally mounted on framed foundations. Sometimes due to local conditions, alternative types of foundations may have to be provided as found convenient. Small machines such as lathe machine, you can say, which produce very little dynamic force, is fixed directly to floor without any special foundation. Depending upon operating frequency, machines may be grouped into categories like one is low to medium frequency, medium to high frequency, and very high frequency. So we can say that low to medium frequency, that is 0 to 500 rpm, and medium to high frequency, that is 500 to 1000 rpm, and very high frequency, that's over 1000 rpm. Group A, B, C. So group A consists of large reciprocating engines. Large reciprocating engines, foundations of block type with large contact area are suitable for such machines. That is group A, low to medium frequency. So large, you can say, large reciprocating engines, foundations of block type with large contact area are suitable for such machines. Medium to high frequency, that is B, comprises of foundations of medium-sized reciprocating engines, medium size, that is 5000 engines, diesel and gas engines, block foundation resting on springs or suitable elastic pads are provided in such cases, which keeps natural frequencies of foundation considerably below operating frequency. And then it is C, that is very high frequency, and consists of high speed internal combustion engines, turbo gas generators, electric motors. If massive block foundations are used, small contact surfaces and suitable isolation pads are required to lower natural frequencies. Framed type foundations are generally provided for turbo machines which accommodate auxiliary equipment between columns. So I read again, this is three types of foundations, that is that depends on operating frequency of machine, and that is 0 to 500 rpm, that is low to medium frequency, 500 to 1000 rpm, that is medium to high frequency, and over 1000 rpm is very high frequency. In this group 1, that is up to 500 rpm, group 2, that is 500 to 1000 rpm, and that is very high, that is over 1000 rpm. So when it is 0 to 500, can say large reciprocating engines. Reciprocating engines. Foundation of block type with large contact area are suitable for such machines. And when it is up to from 500 to 1000 rpm, in that case foundations or medium size reciprocating engines, that is diesel and gas turbine engines, and can say block foundation resting on springs or suitable elastic pads are provided in such cases, which keeps natural frequency of foundation considerably below operating frequency, and that is other one is above 1000 rpm. This consists of high speed internal combustion engines, turbo gas generators, electric motors. If massive block foundations are used, small contact surface and stable isolation pads are required to lower natural frequencies. Framed type foundations are generally provided for turbojet machines, which accommodates auxiliary equipment between problems. So this is reference only, you can refer when this is required. It's that one. It's very important to understand both. We have to understand. Now, general requirement of machines, foundations. Actually, what we should do, what we should think is important. Following conditions must be fulfilled from design consideration. That is, foundations should transmit superimposed loads without causing shear or crushing. That's number one. That foundations should transmit superimposed loads without causing shear or crushing. Foundations should transmit, superimposed loads without causing shear or crushing. Combined CG of machine and foundation should, as far as possible, lie in same vertical line. Center gravity of machine and foundation should, as far as possible, be lie in same vertical line as CG of base plan. Foundation settlement must be within allowable limits. In no case resonance happens. In no case resonance should work. Therefore, natural frequency of foundation soil system must be either too small or too large compared to operating frequency of machine. Alright. So, as in case foundation settlement must be within allowable limits. In no case resonance should happen. In no case resonance should happen. In no case resonance should affect. Therefore, natural frequency of foundation soil system must be either too small or too large compared to operating frequency of machine. Amplitude of vibration must be within possible limits when machine is operative. This is amplitude must be within permissible limits. Permissible limits are normally provided by machine manufacturer. Foundation should be planned in such a way as to allow a subsequent change of natural frequency. By changing base area or mass of foundation if required at later date. All rotating and reciprocating parts of a machine must be balanced. That is, rotating and reciprocating parts of the machine must balance as to minimize unbalanced forces or moments. All rotating and reciprocating parts of the machine must be balanced as to minimize unbalanced forces or moments. Machine foundations are generally isolated from adjacent building parts or by providing extension joints with suitable damping materials. Machine foundation should be taken down to a level lower than level of foundations of adjacent structures. Machine foundation should be placed in manner that groundwater table is as low as possible. This restricts vibration propagation since groundwater is a good conductor of vibration waves. In case hot air or steam pipes are to be carried through foundation concrete blocks, it must be properly isolated. Now we'll see dimensional criteria of foundation. Size of machine. Foundations are governed. Size of machine foundations are governed by operational requirements of machine. Minimum possible dimension of foundation fulfilling design criteria should be provided for a given site condition. Natural frequency of foundation, soil system, and amplitude of its motion. Under operating condition must be determined if required. Alteration in foundations size may have to be suggested. Design data. Design data, particular, particular data necessary for design vary depending upon type and capacity of machine. Generally required data for machine foundation design is listed below. particular data necessary for design that depends as such. Type and nature of soil, its static and dynamic properties required for design calculations, diagram showing magnitude and positions of static and dynamic loads. So, type and nature of soil, its static and dynamic properties required for design calculations, diagram showing magnitude and positions of static and dynamic loads accepted by machine on its foundation, and weight and power of engine and operating speed, size of a machine, size of machine and drawing indicating embedded parts, pockets for foundation bolts openings. These are design data. Now, design of machine foundation. That's the procedure here. Let's go through that. Interesting one. Of course, it's old, but it doesn't mean it's not valid. And that is design of machine foundation. Reciprocating type machines, reciprocating engines, compressors, etc. running at speeds smaller than 600 rpm. Other one is centrifugal type, high speed machines like turbo generators, turbines and compressors having high speeds. Speed may vary from 3000 rpm to 10,000 rpm. And impact type hammer in force hammers and punching presses, production impact loads. Forge hammers and punching machines, presses, production, impact loads, but speed is less. Dynamic load attains a peak value in very short interval and then immediately finished off. That is forge hammer and punching presses. Production machine impact loads, but the speed is less. Dynamic load attains a peak value in very short interval and then immediately finished off. So foundations and reciprocating engines are usually built built as massive blocks and are provided with grooves and channels for machine details and for anchor grooves. So now we see that. Let's one by one we'll go each para. There are 4 long paragraph, 4, 5. We'll go slowly. Meanwhile, let us relax. It's now 2.5 hours since I started. It happens every day like that, and it's appreciable that we are doing something. I should appreciate those who read messages, views videos, and it's really interesting one to go through this sense of reading and of course taking water because of relaxing is important sometimes, Is this Madan Singh कैसे तो दोस्त So we move now. Oh my God यार, फिर कोई ना कोई आ जाता है यार, मैं क्या करूँ यार, इनको देखता रहूँ, ये काम करता हूँ, काम ना करूँ किसने यार. Thanks. Let's do this. Keep it there. So it is here. Foundations under reciprocating engines are usually built as massive blocks. This is one point. Foundations under reciprocating engines are usually built as machine blocks and are provided with grooves and channels. Grooves and channels for machines, details, and for anchor bolts. Foundation can be considered as rigid body due to massive foundation while studying their vibrations. ओ जाओ यार, इनको यही काम है यार, क्या करें मैं वही ऐसे हो ऐसे यार. Foundations can be considered as rigid body due to massive foundations while studying their vibrations. Minimum dimension of foundation should be selected in such a way that amplitude of vibrations shall not exceed permissible value. There is an opinion among engineers that in order to decrease transmission of vibrations, depth of a machine foundation should not be less than footing of adjacent walls and columns. Theoretical and experimental data on wave propagation in soils lead to conclusion that provision of foundations for machine deeper than footing of walls has no effect on transmission of vibrations to walls. Hence, depth of machine foundation may be selected without taking into account transmission of vibration. Let's separate this. There is an opinion among engineers that in order to decrease transmission of vibration, depth of machine foundation should not be less than footings of adjacent walls and columns. Theoretical and experimental data on wave propagation in soils lead to conclusion that provision of foundation for machine deeper than footings of walls has no effect on transmission of vibration to walls. Hence, the depth of a machine foundation may be selected without taking into account transmission of vibration. For obtaining uniform settlement, it is recommended to place common center of gravity. For uniform settlement, it's recommended to place common center of gravity of foundation and machine on same vertical line with centroid of foundation area in contact with soil. In any case, whatever case it is, the eccentricity should not exceed 5% of length of side of contact area. In order to decrease transmission of vibrations to adjacent parts of buildings, it is essential to leave a gap between foundations of unbalanced machine and adjoining structures. Foundation area is in contact with soil should be selected in such a way that pressure on soil does not exceed permissible value. Larger foundation contact area, smaller pressure on soil and higher frequency of foundation. Easiest way to change frequency of foundation is to increase or decrease dimensions of foundations contact area and change its configuration in plan. Foundations under low frequency machines may be designed in such a way that their natural frequencies are much higher than operational frequencies of machines. Natural frequency of foundations are affected natural frequencies of foundations are affected by absolute value of mass of foundation. Hence, adequate mass of foundation is extremely essential in order to absorb vibrations to prevent resonance. There is a variety of contradictory opinions as to how this is to be achieved. Some engineers recommend increasing weight of foundation in proportion to operational speed of machine, which has support. Some engineers recommend increasing weight of foundation in proportion to operating speed of machine, which it has to support. This suggestion is based on assumption that unbalanced forces are likely to increase with speed of engine, but it was found that all cases of troublesome vibrations are so far reported were due to resonance and occurred at operational speed smaller than 1000 RPM. Other engineers suggest that weight of foundations should be increased in proportion to power of engine, which appears reasonable. Now, F.T. Morse suggests that for each BHP of multi-cylinder, engine, a minimum of 1600 lbs of weight of foundation should be provided for gas engine. So you can see further on this, BHP or multi-cylinder engine in minimum of this much lb of weight foundation should be provided for gas engine. It should be 1250 lbs for diesel engine and 500 lbs for gas engine. It should be different. GC ball says, let's say. Now says that GC Boyer suggests following values. In case of three-cylinder engine, weight of foundation should be 550 lbs for BHP when speed is less than 400 rpm. If number of cylinders are more, then it can be increased by 365 lbs per base. If number of, when the speed is less than 400, if number of cylinders are more, then can be increased by up to whatever up to 355 per bhp and up to 8 cylinders engines. Designer should also distribute mass in such a way so that smallest possible values of its movement and inertia is obtained with respect to vertical axis. Okay, then you can say designer should also distribute mass in such a way so that smallest possible value of its moment of inertia is obtained. With respect to principal stress axis passing through centroidal of solution. The principal axis passing through centroid of foundation, contact areas, minimum. So I say that to this principal axis passing through center of foundation, contact area, minimum height of foundation should also be selected. Curzon have also given certain criteria for weight of foundation. This data has been collected from practical experience and can be used for routine reciprocating machines. Ratio of foundation weight to engine weight has been given. So now say ratio are given criteria for weight of foundation. This data has been collected from practical experience and can be used for routine reciprocating machines. Ratio of foundation weight to engine weight has been given in table, and you can see that this table can serve as an approximate point for routine foundation. Table. This table can serve as a guide. Like in table, reference to type of file, speed of engine, nature of unbalanced forces have not been considered. So this is just a plain table. Framed build foundations are generally provided for high-speed machines such as turbo generators, so use of frame foundation facilities. Straight inspection. Recently done says a minimum of use of frame foundation to lower foundations up to 10,000 kW. So ratio of weight of block foundation. This is a very important one. Though it's not calculated, but on experience, and experience is much better than something else, because we know how to do that. Uh, 251. Ratio of weight of block foundation to engine weight. Only one table. I read it first. I'll show you. First of all, you read. Relax for 1 minute because it's crazy. So let's do it now. Before we do, I have something to say about machines. This is not difficult, actually little concentrative. Machines are there, hundreds of machines are there, and we have to actually find out what we have to do. That's important than something else. Because machines are backbone of industry, and if we don't care for machines, we miss industry. Industry is backbone of development. All industries. Machine means factory, machine means industry, and machine means employment as well. Because operators are required, attendants are required, then it comes. I thought that I would share, but I don't think I'll be able to do that. Okay, today's day for machine, no problem. No, it doesn't happen only 4 hours. It's around 3 o'clock, and now not 3 o'clock, it's 6:20, sorry, 6:20. And I have about 1 hour and 40 minutes. Highest styles this is list of ratio of weight of block condition. See that ratio. Let's start. I will put this phone for a while. I cannot this phone for a while. Let me sit on this phone. let's now do this. Various type of engine and then ratio of weight of foundation to engine weight. This is, this is Gaussian, COUs, that is, Gaussian engine is Gaussian based on experience, and suggest that vertical engine first, and then horizontal engines, and then petrol engine, and then diesel engine. Says vertical engine, this is type of engines and ratio of weight of foundation to engine weight. So, vertical engine, compound steam engine coupled to generator. Steam engine coupled to generator. Weight of foundation to engine weight. 3:1 is foundation. 3.1 and 3.8 to 1. You may say around 4. Approximately it's 3.8 to 1, so you can just take a little more. Then triple expansion and steam engine. Triple expansion steam engine coupled with generators. It was 3.8 in that case, and it's about triple expansion steam. So we say triple expansion steam engine, that is coupled to generator, 3.5 to 1. Petrol engine, that is coupled to generator, 3.5 to 1. Another one. Now we say diesel engine coupled with generator is 2.6. And diesel engine is 2.6 to 1. Then horizontal engine, cross compound engine, and that is coupled to generator, steam turbine coupled to generator. So one is 3.25 on, and other is 3.0 to 4.0 to 1. Now petrol engine, cross compound engines coupled, one cylinder or two cylinder 3.1, 4 cylinder 2.75, and 6 cylinder 2.25, and 8 cylinder 2. And same with diesel, you can say 2 cylinder, 4 cylinder, 6 cylinder, 8 cylinder, and states that 2.75, 2.4, 2.1, 1.9, and rotary converter is 0.5 to 2.751. This is a list here. I can show you this list now. Now go further. What it says. Yeah, this 100, please. 100, please. Lazy fella. Some more page on this and they will talk something else. That's all I can do. Let me relax it. So we go further on this and see what it says now. It says now, and in the continuation to this page, it says, recently it has been suggested to limit use of frame foundation to low power thermodynamics up to 12,000 kilowatt and to use massive foundation for high power turbodynamos. But it's not always correct, because in many cases frame foundation has proved to be cheaper than massive foundation. Massive foundation suffers from another defect, that very often cracks are formed due to settlement or temperature changes, whereas cracks will not develop to frame foundations. A frame foundation is usually designed to build of three or more transverse frame embedded. Alright, now a frame foundation is usually designed to build three or more transverse frames embedded A frame foundation is usually designed to be built of three or more transverse frames embedded in a sufficiently thick foundation slab. These frames are tied together by longitudinal girders at top. An upper platform is made for stationary machine part. So we go further. अच्छा नहीं These frames are tied together by longitudinal girths at top, and upper frame is made for stationary machine parts, geometric layout of foundation, shapes of girders, cross sections, etc. should be symmetrical with respect to vertical plane passing through axis of rotation of engine. So it says framing and frame beams should be kept just, again say, frame sleeves should be kept just under bearings so that centrifugal forces are transmitted directly to transverse frames. Axis of column and transverse beams should be in same vertical plane and perpendicular to rotation axis. Sometimes it's a different subject, you have to think. Axis of column and transverse beam should be in same vertical plane and perpendicular to rotation axis of motor. Now, axis of columns and transverse beams should be in same vertical plane and perpendicular to rotation axis of motor. Growing, yawning. Eccentric loading in transverse girders should be avoided for preventing torsional stresses. Direction of load should pass through center of gravity of cross section. Depth of foundation under machine may be smaller, but lower foundations. The lower foundation slab must be very rigid to secure depth of foundation under machine may be smaller. Depth direction of load should pass through center of gravity of cross section. Depth of foundation under machine may be smaller, but lower foundation slab must be rigid to secure pre pre settlement also per share of lower. Okay, it's like that. Depth of foundation under machine may be smaller, but lower foundation data, lower foundation slab must be rigid to secure proper embedment of foundation. Uh, this prevents non-uniform settlement. Uh, Now, presence of low foundation slab. Uh, uh, what to do? I can't help it. This prevents non-uniform embedment of foundation columns. This prevents non-uniform settlement also. Presence of lower foundation slab having considerable thickness decreases height of column, center of gravity of machine and their foundations. Thickness may vary from 0.8 meter to 4 meters for very powerful machines. क्या करूँ भाई? I lazy over थोड़ा मैं आज. I read it further so that I lose my sleep. Foundation for large foundation harsh and force and presses are designed as massive blocks embedded to a large depth in soil. Purpose is to provide such dimension of foundation so that its elastic settlement is more than amplitude of its vertical vibration. Design values of amplitude of foundation vibrations under hammers are chosen between 2.2 to 2.5 mm. Hence, height of foundation will have to be increased considerably to obtain desired values of static elements. Hence, height of foundation will have to be increased considerably to obtain desired value of static settlement. This involves extra cost, and each ton of dropping part weight requires 80 to 120 tons of foundation weight. Hence, these days, foundation under hammers are designed as blocks or slabs loaded from above by backfill. In such ratio between weight of foundations and that of dropping part is about 40. Nowadays foundations under forged hammers are designed by method of single block foundation for anvil and frame. By this method, tilting of anvil with respect to frame can be prevented. Pads under anvil are also given, which are rare, which are made of square timber of size 10 by 10. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's do something. Yesterday, when we talked of machines, I talked of You remember we talked of what? Yesterday we talked of certain foundations, generator foundations that I did. Generator foundation, and also we talked of compressor foundations before, and also other foundations. I constructed two such major foundations. One was generator foundations, there were 4 numbers. In Libya, that was for 2500 kVA generators. There was one, in that foundation of generators, we used massive block supported on isolation, frame vibration, or you can say noise vibration, isolation vibration. That is sketch, what I showed that day. I can show it just now also. That's not the issue. There were blocks in that foundation, blockhouse, many deep pockets. We did that ourselves. So now in that, there was one block foundation, whereby jump down onto other issues, and that is this foundations which I am talking of are an important element of our industry, and this is because block foundation, very important foundations, deep foundations these are, of course, and these foundations involve high quantity of materials, and I have seen sometimes 500 cubic meter foundation as such, and also number of foundations, not one, every project has many. So we should understand that point very differently. That's not just design, it's quantity also that's plays role in such foundations. And actually design is one part, but for such foundations, constructability is very important part. Constructability, you can understand that. That's very important part. Constructability. If you do not understand constructability here of these machines, machines foundations, then we miss a lot. Generally, I have seen foundations with 2 meters depth from level of bearings or where machine has to sit in, and somewhere these are having grooves, and in somewhere these are not having grooves, just like I did in one plant, excellent plant they did. That was massive block foundation, and then some columns erected off. You can say tabletop, that we call it tabletop. So this is a table on foundation, like table means with thick legs. This columns, vertical columns, actually these are legs, and on that vertical column, group of columns, in both axes, side beam frames and on those beam frames. This is a system of that tabletop. It's not simply that we do our way. I did that in Libya, pockets or grooves, we call anchor bolt grooves. There was a different type of foundations. You may say it was, I'll talk of that foundation first. This is it I did in Libya for 2,500 EVA generators. There were 4 such generators to be installed in the same trench, big trench pit, and this was 25 meters, length. So you can imagine yourself what should be there. And excavation, of course, we have to do. There's no way out. So I never did myself So see, yes, so what I mean to say is I just reflect what I did there in that foundation. Excavated whole area which excavated I showed you yesterday also. Let me give again that example. That's very important one. Let me give that example. Rather than imagining something which may not understand, I may not be able to explain. So let's be clear about something which you are talking about. First of all, we should be clear. It's somewhere here, I think. Somewhere here in this. I'll just show you that sketch so that you can understand that. जो शुरू हो गया कि मिलेगी नहीं होता है. Yes, I got it. Got it. So I was showing this sketch. What is that actually? Look, this is layout of that. This is layout of that building. You can see this is layout. There are 4 shaded areas. You see, these are diesel generators, and the diesel generator, we call alternators. These are generators plus alternators, and these are housed in a steel building. This is one of that. There is 4 generators along with alternators. What to be produced, what to be built in, and this is section here of that. You can see generator is written on that, and alternator on that, and there are 2 foundations with same raft or same base. This alternator is connected monolithically to base, while this generator foundation is resting on that in isolation. It means isolation in between foundation and this generator base. There is a cable range as well as other cable range, and like that. And there is a gantry as floor for other one, and there is an upper portion where crane moving this one that way. That's here what I explained to you what I did there. Now, if you closely look at that, if you closely look at this foundation here in this plan, you'll find on that many small pockets. On these, there are some small pockets on every foundation. These pockets you see in every one there are foundations. In every one this is there, and these are actually, you can say, vehicle pocket or grooves. You can say. Also, this is not only in this, but also in alternators, alternators as well. You can see alternator also they have such grows. Both it is. Now I'm going to show you how you to do that, and that's what we did in that time. What we did there, it was in Sirte town of Libya, where it is rock, soft rock, you can say, not very hard, but where you need excavator, rather, to say, where you need replaceable excavator, so that rock breaker can be used in place of excavator. Limestone generally. When I reached there on that side first time, foreman, general foreman, it should be. So full excavation, if you can see like that whole area of, you can see this line around, these are building line, but even more than that, you see all these columns, building columns here all around, alternator areas, and you have this where generators are coming, all this, and other side also. Excavation was planned and completely was done. Complete excavation was done in a way that machine could enter there directly. This happened, and I was involved practically. I knew that, So what we did actually, I'll show you another sketch of that, because I have no video of that work. Only I can explain to you, that's it. If you see another detail of that, which is sectional detail. That's here, you can see that. This alternator and generator combined section and various other section in same line, and this is isolation section. And also there is another one here, that is, you can say, fabrication of framing for this isolation, membrane, lamina. Now what we did, let us talk of that. I'll show you, wait a minute. Now in this case, this is Libya, Libya, not an easy nation, easy country from provision of materials. Sometimes nails were not available, it happens. No nails were available in those days, sometimes it happens, and materials was not available. So it's a serious situation, it was a serious situation at that time. And when I'm talking of 83 and 84, means you can say 36 years back. 36 years back. I also laugh now because it's very old. Now world has changed. Yet what you did cannot change. We should know what we were. That's also very important. Rather than to think what's now. What is now is linked to what was before. So we excavated, completed. Actually, there was someone before me when I reached there. Excavation was already done. They were constructing, footings, and work of blinding etc. was not even done. For these for this what you can say, for these races, for the generator, and there was a radiator also which was circular, and also tank area which was circular. I was certainly happy that I came there, though there is a difference now. Always. So what we should have done and what we did. Now it's interesting. That excavation was over. All areas, some was left, some was not left. So foundations, etc., etc. I started leveling myself, everything. I had many people with us. So we started. After that, so when it happens, we were supplied material from this company itself, that was, the Sakam company is supplied material of lamina. They used to call lamina. They don't supply means steel framing material, and they supplied steel plate which they used to name lamina, and also they supplied this isolation material. Isolation means what we should do you think of? Can you? And compaction, all the leveling, etc. That has to go. We go back. And we started doing blinding, etc. On that. We were consultants only, ourselves. Labeling, blinding, etc. was done. Excavation, remaining was done. Means these foundations were at lower level. Of course, these are machine foundations, lower level, and we have to ask our So what we did start, and question was fabrication of this isolation arrangement because they gave marker. Oh no. So I just recall that. I'm imagining I recall that here. I was alone engineer there with full complete responsibility. We started laying blinding first. Blinding, what is blinding? Level it. Of course, it was over excavated because of certain reasons. No problem, we did it. There's no other way out, you can't backfill. So we did that. Now we started layout. This 4, and we actually did very good layout. We had label but no thread light, so we just used threads. We had established, previous person has established this. Threads, so we laid out accurate layout for shuttering was for progress work. Shuttering was big one because length say 25 meters. So first we have to do raft work. It was 40 centimeter, I remember, 40 centimeter, yes. So we prepared foundation of this arms for us to continue on. Okay, so I always watch, so we took time in that after that, and there's complicated reinforcement on that ramp, as well as we have to wear the cast concrete covers also. Did that concrete covers, and then we have to provide steel for columns, automated. So this happens that we have to prepare and start doing that. No water table, they are nothing. In 2 days. So rafts were to be poured, all polythene sheet and so raft was one point that we were doing. Then it was successful done. All these rafts. Yeah. So this was done bowls for no point was another one and then another one. We kept that in sequence, so it's have to use for other one shutters. So there was no hurry for that actually. We were interested in other one. That was most important. We had then two gangs, gang of supervisors. Then we started fabricating our shutters for this alternator as well as for our generators. And shutters were not very risky, we could do it. The problem was how to shuttering fabrication continued. There was shuttering fabrication of raft, shuttering fabrication of this, you can say, generator base, and fabrication of oil tanks. But also fabrication of so we have to fabricate your formwork, number one, formwork, and then number two, formwork for oil tank, circular, that's number two, and the other So what we had to do, we have 3 or 4 fabrications simultaneously at that time. And it was good for me. Means we had material, we demanded more material. So we did what now? You can say important was in this important was your what do you call it, fabrication of the steel plate, steel lamina, and also tank, oil tank base, because this is circular and we did not have equipment or anything that time. And we had other items like neoprene pads, and also neoprene material required for isolation, and polythene sheet, I will say polythene sheet, steel lamina angles, they sent with that package, and some tools and plants we have. Then I did myself with a sketch given by that designer for welding of those angles and plate in particular style that I showed to you. And what was that style? And that I showed to you, that one is this. It is very, very, this which I said, this is that style, and which plate was here as I showed to you, this plate. Means angles were there, we had to take out angles, cut them to size, and then fix on this and weld, and then we had to shift to that one. This was, so I understood only this myself. I did not depend upon anybody. And you see how this was fixed to, how is it, this is fixing of this neoprene pad to, you can say, this is fixing of neoprene pads to this block here, RCC concrete. Yes. This is a steel plate with neoprene gasket. And there are 4 holes in that to nail them. That was another requirement. And all these grooves you have to fabricate. These grooves with timber, alternate grooves and alternator grooves, and this generator base grooves. You can imagine how much work was there for fabrication. That is raft and superstructure of pad, you can say. Pad in that is so one raft fabrication, then steel membrane fabrication, and then this neoprene pads, and you can say coverings, and generator shutters and pockets, alternator shutters and pockets, and this oil tank framing. All generator, all this, all moved. Yes. Working on them, because without them generator could not be started and radiator could not be started. There was no way to start except we continued on raft of this. There was nothing as such, because on that raft except alternator steel bars, we could not fix in anything, because alternator foundation was integrated to raft, but foundation of base and machine and base were integrated together. So we I did sit with this welder and tried to do exactly according to what was given. So you can think yourself how much in those days we had to do. I did not get nails, when I required to get these nails to go into concrete for this neoprene pad. This shown, you see, I showed to you that there were 4 holes in steel plate on which neoprene pad was fixed, and these steel plates had to go into raft, but we did not have that nail. They did not send those nails. So either we had to import those nails that we did not have with us, or we had to find some other solution. Best was nail, but I could not do. From where we got these nails? Actually, there are 2 kinds of nails in our construction. One is called, you can say, wrought iron nails. Generally, nails you use for timber. This is wrought iron nails, WI nails. It's not wire, wrought wire, wrought iron nails, WI nails, which can penetrate timber or break also, mortar also. And that's another type of nail. We generally speak in field steel nails, concrete nails. But this is not concrete nails. The purpose is that this nail penetrates into concrete. That's why it's called concrete nails. But this is made of steel. So its technical name or its real name is steel nail, but we generally call it concrete nails. This is trade call. So we didn't have one plate required, one pad required, 4 nails, and there were many pads. So what to do, what not to do, without that nothing is possible. Nail stops your work. We could not do this foundation without that, except raft with alternate. Then this we could not do this base, generator base without that. Well, raft was done, one after other we were done. Our shuttering was also on. I was busy personally on this, fabrication of, by myself sitting with welder and putting name, myself put signs marking on that welding points when the frame was done. Frame was done on that and marking on that. And we joined those by welding and put holders on that to hold handles. And this welder said, I'm not going to be responsible for this. I said, who asked me? No, you are following this design. I say, I'm not sure of this design. I'm not going to take any responsibility. And did I ask you to take any responsibility? Just do what is done, that's it. This has come from France. That designer is not fool who sent it. So when he has given some working drawing, why are you arguing? The working drawing has come from a consultant who is sitting in France, and this working drawing says that you have to do this. So you have to do this. You try one. There are 4 such. You try one. If it falls, then you do it. After all, this is mild steel. This will not go somewhere. They use lamina. Lamina means, we say steel plate is a lamina. Now we are saying lamination, so it's same thing. So I said, no problem, I'm taking responsibility. We fabricated that frame because we could do welding there. We completed that, but that frame cannot be put because we have isolation material we have that requires to be put. It's a polystyrene is there, neoprene sheet is there. According to this, according to this, this is corner, this is corner here that requires this kind of. You can see yourself here. What's written here, There is a curve and the one curve, then there is a triangle, and there's another one, there's another one. There are 4 layers, this is 4 layers. And this is first one is 25 to 40 mm extruded polystyrene is written there. And you can say that is, and then polystyrene and then neoprene sheet, and that is under, then it's another neoprene corner. So one is polystyrene, another neoprene is fixed shape. You can see straight line, and there's another one that is PVC, polythene actually. It is not my mistake. I written PVC, the polythene membrane. So one is polystyrene, on that is neoprene. Then there's another neoprene, and then there is here complete surface covered by polythene. This is corner, and same thing, and bottom is different. And bottom of raft is that first you have these neoprene pads. So we discuss and we make cement, use cement for this purpose, rather than that we have to. What purpose of this is that this nail is used for holding this plate. This plate is to hold it. It is to hold this plate, and hold this plate with concrete. Purpose of nail is that nails go into 4 holes, and keep this connected fixed on top of raft. After all, purpose was that this nail pad should be there. It should not go away once concrete is done. Oh, that was purpose. It cannot come out. What we did then? Okay, we use this steel plate, and if you provide cement, so we glue it with cement. Red cement. We got make cement glue, and you put that glue on whole surface of these pads, which are, I think, one was about 300 by 300, I remember. 300 mm by 300 mm. So we will layouts were of course available there, and this neoprene was fixed to that steel plate. So we applied this glue, cement glue on, or gel, you can say cement gel. Cement gel on that. So there, of course, we had to wait for some time, because if it is nails, we can do immediately for the work. If it's nails, we could immediately for the work. But it's not nails, cement, so it takes time to set. We did that, and we waited for 3 days, and meanwhile we did some other work, and the result was that this was connected to raft. Then portion between this surrounding these neoprene pads, we had to lay polystyrene. Polystyrene was there. We laid that. This was different type of polystyrene, not actually very flexible type polystyrene. It's very light duty. We put on that. We put, call it neoprene membrane. Whole neoprene membrane was put covering those neoprene pads and polystyrene, and whole raft. Whole raft is covered. Covered means area of covered. Then on this we put on that your polythene sheet. Polythene sheet was there on that. I'm sure that was, I don't accept you remember that kind of a sheet. So this was somewhere I had written. Yes, here detail A is here, and that is mild steel frame, lamina on PVC. So this is mild steel fabricated frame on polythene sheet, that is on neoprene sheet, and that is on polystyrene. So this is written here. So I was right. Now on that surroundings of first, number one is these pads, neoprene pads, 20 mm thick, and on steel plates nailed to concrete. So here we nailed, but there we did not nail, we did something else. And then is after polystyrene around, and then on that is neoprene sheet, and on that neoprene sheet is polythene, and then membrane, frame. And in vertical, on sides of this generator base, there is first is polystyrene, then neoprene sheet, and then you can say trench wall. Okay, trench wall is there. One side is trench wall. Alright. So this is isolation detail work for doing. When this coverage was complete, isolation was provided. So we had to lift that frame, steel frame. Plate is there. So plate was to rest on this, means it was reverse, means fabricated portion, and plate is one side angle framing. This framing has to go into concrete, while this plate has to rest on this covering. So we hung over and put down. That's quite heavy. Down on it. When it was welded, it was in this place. Then we started reinforcement work of this base. Of course, it was very old time, so reinforcement was not a big issue. We had already done it. We had cut and bent all these bars. We had just to bring from there and to fix them. The problem was, who shall do it? Our fabricators, our fixers did not understand. I was there, and one more guest engineer was there that day, Mr. Jan. He was from, I don't know which company it was here in this country. He just went there. He was our visitor. Of course, he was very senior. So we both, I said, yes, I will do this. See, I have a foreman now. I said, I will show my foremanship how it is done. Can you do it? Look, I am not an engineer. Okay, my qualification is engineer, but I am a laborer. I am a worker. You don't know me. I can think and do it. Don't know. I never did in my life. I will do it. I will do means I shall tell you how to do it. I mean, those steel people, they were no steel people actually. We have to make them steel people. We had cut all steel, and chairs we fabricated. With one steel fixer, I think one or two were there. Exactly, I cannot lie. So how to do it, that was the point, because very complicated arrangement. It was a multi-tier, like that cage, and still figures. We don't know how to do it. No problem, don't worry. You are there just to do what I am saying, that's all. Actually, it's nothing but, it's like cage foundation. Cage means mass cage, this is. It's not bending moment steel, it's not shear force steel, it's not something like that. Means it's a steel that should be in concrete according to requirement. So many persons require. It's a kind of, you can say, tired arrangement that every space in concrete should be reinforced. When you have big quantity of concrete or the block concrete is there, as you say, massive block is small. You cannot simply say because I take bending moment and say top bars are here and bottom bars are here and the skin bars are here and we do it. No, it's not that. That's not like this. It's completely different. I think maybe I remember I did that or no. Let me see what shown is there or no. Well, I think it's there. Well, conservatively I have shown this as still there. Conservatively, not exactly because I too didn't remember I made this sketch. I had no details with me, so I just imagined what I did and put that. So she is there, but it was different there. So I said, okay, don't worry. So when you start some still, you have to understand sequence of that. Cut bars and everything is there. It's great that those people gave the bar bending sketches. They had worked out on time. Is such a great person were they in those days of bar bending scheduling. I mean, on drawings they have given bar bending scheduling. And that was already checked that. So I said, okay, fabricated probably. But assembly was very complicated because of grooves, because of so many things, and it's a long one, 25 meters, and there were two. One is for alternator, then for this was different. Okay, I sit here for 4 hours. Of course, it's I think evening time. Sat down, afternoon. Which one should go first? That was point, and which one should go last? So many rings, so many cutouts, so many U's and all that, and interconnected in a way. Okay, sit down. Chairs, they are called chair means this chair. I'm not saying sitting chair, steel chair like that. It's like that. No, she means you got my point. This is like that, then this, and then this, and then this, and then this, so that we can put bars on top and bottom bars are already there, and it was 2 meters high, so they could stand inside no problem. This bar first, this bar first, this bar, so that a kind of room corridor was created. Now, which bar has to go first? That's important. You cannot say I put this and how shall this go inside? So we just put like all one by one inside, thinking how it should go. Take from this side, take from this end, take from this end, and take from middle and put this end. Like that means we arrange first grouping and assembly of those just without time. Just put in here, all bars should be endowed. Maybe 500 bars, 600, whatever number of bars. There and keep them separate. And first make a kind of fixing frame arrangement so that every bar is empty. Shuttering was not there at that time. It was in yard. So there was no obstruction. I said, don't bring shutters. You have to first fix this. So one after other, after other, after other, after other. If there's an error, take it out, take it out, take it out. Do it first. First do this like that. Take it out, do it like that. No, take it out, take it out. This mistake, break it over. So in 5 hours, we both engineers sat there. They're enjoying. See, where is practice in life? University would not give you practice, but this is real. You are your own teacher. You are your own teacher. Though it's jar fixing, but what is work? Without this, just like we solved that problem of nail, and this is also a problem. So we arrange that. We arrange that one exactly, and it was ready. Once they learn, means the next won't be a problem. So that's okay. That's in Jen Sab also. Okay, it's okay, fine. I am satisfied. You could do this, I did not know. I could not do this. What's that? Means he was more qualified to me. He was bachelor engineer, he was MBA, he was quantity surveyor, he was on high position in government, but site experience lacks. That's the only difference. And it's not question of experience also, in fact, it's question of your capacity to pick up. Because I had no way out in my career, I had to learn. I had given up government job, I didn't like that. I worked in government for 6 years before my joining overseas. I rejected that job and come out, I don't want this job. Because there is nothing to learn. I just left that job because there was commission arrangement 1.5% or 2% or 1% or whatever bill you pay, you will be given by contractor. This is very, very common means. It was not nothing to hide that, but it was limited to that. Okay, you are that level engineer, you will get 1% or 1. It's a small job, 1.5%. If it's big job, maybe 0.5%. Suppose you prepare a bill of 100,000, 1 lakh, so 1,000 is for you. It's like that. This corruption, you may call it or whatever you call it, that is a fact of life. So I did not, and in lieu of that, what they used to do, yeah, he will give commission, okay, let him do something. Of course, it was very low scale, I don't say, but they used to work for them sitting at night, and then because there's no time, every entry to be made. Well, I will say I did not like that job. Not, I doesn't suit me, because I don't want to be friendly with contractor in this capacity. I had to sit with him, eat with him, and he pays me for some. No, I didn't do. I actually just remained there to complete my studies. And then I know I have to be engineer and I go here. Well, that's another story, but I could not learn anything of technical nature from those 6 years in government. Nothing. Only you are like a bill clerk, nothing else. But when I joined this country or that country, so that was point there. So what I was telling that we prepared that we installed that steel, that reinforcement installed, and it was okay. I mean, you're fine with that. That was working, and then we said okay. Then okay, tie properly, binding wires on every length and joint. That took some time, but fixing was generally done in first stage. So now people would tie up themselves, not big issue. We gave up, and I said that okay. Next day you start shutter work, and of course they were fabricating, these pockets because there was no bolts. We had to do form work for these grooves as well as for sides and provide support. So there was nothing. We have used timber only everywhere. That was the beauty of that. Where there was timber, suppose there was no timber available, then so they got what to do on that. I think it took another 2 days, no more than that, 3 or 4 days, because grooves took a lot of time, because that was very small section and depth was more. And it took time for making so many grooves. I think how many grooves were there exactly, don't remember. Now this is not complete sketch. So, well, there are many grooves, and I think it took another 5 days, whatever, and we then checked everything. Okay, fine. Then we have to start concreting, because they were no consultant. We were consultants only. We were site engineers Libya was different at that time. This was a government of Libya company, a joint venture of government of Libya and government of Bharat, India. So BHL, I think like joint venture, I am sure. So I just got that job. I just by interviewing inside, nobody knew me there. I was happy that I'm going back to government of India, but this is not like that government of India. This joint venture Libyan government, and the Libyan people are different. They don't care what government or not government is. You have to work for them, and that's it. You are engineer only if you can work, you can deliver. Otherwise, you are not engineer. And that's true, means I realize it's true. Our engineers are only clerk, Babu. They are not, they cannot do anything on site. They depend on contractors. Here, there was no contractor, civil contractor. And any of their projects, there was no civil contractor. So you are engineer, do it. You decide how to do it. You do it, you quantify it, and you approve yourself, and let's say do it. Means had those mechanical engineers and electrical engineers dominated company, and if they had salary, 1 cubic meter, 2 cubic meter, 3 cubic meter a day, oh, we have done celebrate. We used to laugh. 1 cubic meter, what's 1 cubic meter? When we are doing thousands of cubic meters, they are celebrating. Oh, for them it was something. Because they were not civil engineers, they were electromechanical engineers. And there were many engineers changed hands on that site, though it was not very well started. There's many engineers come and go. We are sent as a trial. Can you stay there? And so problem was the desert, complete deserts, and in desert there are snakes, and sometimes they come to site. What you saw, our workers skills used to kill them. Sometimes what happened, this snakes came to close off some engineers also, because at that time there was no cabin. We used to sleep in tent for a couple of days. So it happens, it's life. So no engineer was ready, electrical, mechanical engineer was not ready to stay at site. But I was civil, and I no problem, I go there. This is desert, so this is my heaven and not your heaven. I'm born for desert. So I stayed on that site, I think for around 1.5 years. And when I worked there, and just like for this generator, when we poured one generator, I think about whatever cubic meter, I don't exactly remember, but mixed our sauce, and we poured this, and then we alternator also at same time, because they were not different positions. Craft was common, so we poured both together, and we send a message, horrible message, telephonic message. I asked my some person, my drivers, go to city, because there are no phones. Go to city and tell that Libyan manager that this foundation has been done. He was excited. They are doing that. Every week we used to do one and send messages. So there was a high jump in company. Something is happening. Who is this? Means they never expected that they would do each week one foundation. They thought it would take 3 months for one foundation. So all this course was finished, and of course other foundations, very, very small, not that big. And we did radiant oil tank foundation also, and there was one vice chairman who was a resident in that area, and he used to come sometimes to help us, because he was vice chairman, though it was not his skills. No, it's my company, I'm coming here, tell me something you need, I'll give you. So he used to help us. In fact, how to get water from where, he took me to many places. You can take water, okay, these are receipts, we have signed, you sign them, and they will give you water. Don't worry about that. You give them slip, and they will give you water, and he went to someone. They will give you material of concrete, you take and mix, and also when the manager was there who used to build. So that way Libyans supported very well. I was surprised. Means he sometimes he said, I said, these people are, see, they have no entertainment, our workers, how they are living, they feel bad, so they start fighting. So what should I do? Get some entertainment, say VCR or television for them. This is 1984, I am talking. Oh, yes, so nice. He got one day came and say, I got VCR. Call your people, let them see movie. This is for a 2 day, tomorrow you keep it and then I'll take it away. Well, what person is bringing VCR from somewhere? In that time, 83, 84. Maybe he brought his own, or I don't know why. So our people enjoyed for 2 days, 3 or 4 films also he brought. Indian films, and people enjoy. I also watch 1 or 2 at night and they enjoy it like this. So if you work, people try to support you, what I will say. Libyans, they know what's the value of worker. And whenever he used to come to site, by chance without any intimation, concrete is, concrete is ongoing. And then they understood what's the difference between civil and electromechanical, in fact. They tried to understand. This whole project was done, and just less than 1 year, all foundations are done, excavation is done, oil tank foundation is done, and they were sending them material, this erection material, structural steel material, and machines and equipments, all it offloaded from site, all assembled on site. What I'm trying to say, everything is not what we think is right. This foundation we poured in many layers, not in one layer. And of course, we did not have those equipment that time, but I cured myself. Those foundations, there were pockets, in that deep pockets. I put water in them, fill them. The internal curing is there because at depth, this foundation is 2 meter depth and pockets are up to 1.5 meter depth because the bolt has to go down. So at least water shall move inside itself to cure. And I go twice a day with some very small box, hang their box, and like this, in evening when people go away, there's no watch and ward. I used to do that myself. Just a question of you at least walk out in evening and do that for 10-15 minutes. What's wrong with that? And I used to sit on that foundation also just to relax. Okay, I feel that is fresh air we are taking. There's no pollution. So what I mean to say, I'm not appreciating myself at all, but trying to say when you meet such circumstances, how you conduct. And same thing happened in second foundation I did in your, this was this was a massive block. That was also massive block come framing, and that was in Abu Dhabi. It was a big plant, there was no problem of support, there was nothing, no support, there was support. Support means it was compressor foundation. So we were supported by every means. I can't say no, but it's a big plant and there was no question they want support. There were three such major footings in others also there were. One was crack gas compressor, tabletop, crack gas, other was ethylene gas ethane gas compressor, and other propane gas compressor. These three with me with wash water structure and with auxiliary boilers structure. I think and few more I had in my charge that time. There were so many people. So they said, you do this, take this, and I started crack gas compressors and wash water foundations and boilers foundations. All we started. So I had disputes with them. There was some Lebanon people, not Lebanon, yes, Lebanese people, because they did not understand what's documentation, they did not understand what's quality, and I know what's that. I did. I made many letters, communications, site technical queries, being on site. They did that for me. So what happened? I disputed with them during concrete was something that did not sit me down. Work was moving, one foundation was cast and was going to be cast, and it was about, I think, 1.5 months I just joined that site. Then when when they realized there's so many people there, no one people, big people, very top class people, British people, American people, Lebanese people, Palestinian people, all in management, and they say, when they knew that he was fighting with someone, big man, and he is doing documentation work also, which they then issue an order that he has to become office engineer here. Means I was working on site fighting with those people, because fighting is our job also. So I completed that foundation, and there was I also understood, came to know that there's some curing which is called thermal curing. By chance, I was doing another foundation one day. I was ready for that, many more foundations, but there was a circular that this person is now to sit in office for office engineering and leave site. That was my solution. Those people said, "This is fighting us." And so you are now here? Yes, I am here. Oh, okay. I was then office engineer for the whole project. This was 35, I think 50 foremen plus engineers there at one site, and all queries I had to make, all correspondences about technical I had to make, all whatever it is quality method statements, or whatever method statements are required I had to make, because I had done all this for my area, and I had to coordinate with our American company, that's with whom we are in alliance, main contractor, and we are civil contractors. And also means miscellaneous types of responsibilities. Whenever required, you have to do shop drawing, when you supervise shop drawing, whenever required, you have to deal with quantification, or whenever required, you have to suggest, or you have to analyze this and that, and this and that, means this is your job. Means you have to involve with quality, construction work, documentation, document control with you, and this and that. Means many people work here, and you have to deal with everybody. So I became more busy rather than being less busy. So that was a punishment, or what you may say, award, I don't know. I was happy that I'm dealing with everything. I was exposed to, I could read any specification, I could access to any drawing, I was free to move in to all documents and dig out information. And whenever those engineers used to come to me, this is our issue, this drawing says this, and this drawing says this, there's a clash, you want resolution, so you get it resolved. So, well, I was impressed with that. At least I am serving in different mode, and I got a lot in that. Feed, I used to feed and feasibility report, and they used to get permissions from operator, refinery operator, and they have to go to that in that interconnection work. So I used to make method statements for their submission. Hundreds of method statements I prepared and submitted, and I think hundreds of site technical queries I submitted, site technical queries, engineering queries, and hundreds of drawings of utilities and buildings I was involved in. And I was very busy, of course, there, because all used to come to me, all site people, and of course they became friendly with me, because they used to tell me something, I used to add more on that. They used to bring something, see, this is problem, this is problem, this is problem. I can, and then used to go to the document, check myself what's the problem actually, and I found 2 or 3 more points on that. This is what you, oh, good. You are not giving me full information, can I do? So I had to go to that, see and see more information. Because there's some note on drawing, you refer to that also. So in a way, I means drew them the problems to my problems. I produced 400 manholes drawings, shop drawings, working drawings, 400 manholes. They were on the site. One great engineer told me, that my colleague, that if you have any problem in this, I'm expert on that, these manholes. He was a bridge engineer, so I can help you if you wish. Okay, thank you. But I know that he is only saying, he himself may be not understanding. So don't make trying, just try, we shall try to do something. He didn't himself know what to do, because you cannot say, will try to make something. For each you have to make a drawing, that is rule. For each manhole you have to take, you have to take individual drawings. You cannot say that I will unify and apply that. That's not possible, because this is a precast. You just go to precast yard, and precast person want to see everything in single drawing or single. So we do make plan of manhole, this elevation, that elevation, or 4 elevations. Where is your pipe? Where is your pipe? Where is pipe? What is that person will open, keep that portion open where pipe is coming. That portion must be exactly where it should be. This was a requirement of that time. So I did that, and I'm happy. I did myself without any feedback from site people, except that where there were some clashes. And I did that without any support from draftsmen. And I used that. Still those I remember, and I have some details of that. I'll share with you sometimes. And sometimes I'll share with you those AutoCAD details, not all, some. And so it was, you can say, for me a university where I was teacher myself, and I learned what I could not learn in 50 years if I was not at that site. I utilized fully technology of that site, how to do that. If required, I used to go to on site to see what's happening. There were many problems. I used to go and think myself and resolve them for those people. And this happened, and a lot of experience there. Still I remember that. It's not because I was working there, because I whenever you work somewhere, you find to teach yourself, train yourself. That's basics of engineering. It's not that you are just in that position. So they used to calling client people, oh, there's a designer here. I was and some requirement where I used to design, no problem, sir. My own, I use software, StatPro, okay, on Excel I do, retaining wall, or some small room, or some foundation, pump foundation, or some other foundation. Okay, forget, do yourself. RCC is not a problem for me. Yes, I'm not experienced in structure, still, to be very frank. I don't like RCC problem, not for me. Now it's too late now, because still I can basically do that. I can design everything. I design my building also myself. I design my other buildings with my relatives. Complete design, no problem. I'm not calling myself design engineer, but it takes time. Certainly I do without StatPro or without ETAB. No problem. Why to use them when you can do without? I am ETAB. I go reverse. I completely take conception of world building and design. No problem. So engineering is different world. We cannot take it just for your sake that no, I have to do this, I have to do that. And I think you should adopt different stages. And if you take that step, you should certainly bring quality to yourself. That's very important. Quality is very important, and you can do only when you know what you have to do. So because the blessings of God, I got opportunity to do such kind of activities in different companies. I worked in about 10 or 11 companies in my overseas career, and I am now, I can say that I have exposed to each class of environment, very dirty and very good both. And I have, except StatPro or ETAB, I can work on anything. And StatPro also won't take much time if I learn it, but I don't have that. I tried to get one in my company, but that engineer did not help me. Oh no, dongle I cannot give you because it's only for this this computer. I asked him, give me this, I'll learn myself. No, 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 I can't. He didn't want me to learn that. Okay, no problem. You cannot stop, someone else will learn. So I draw myself my programs on Excel, and those people accepted all those what I submitted. They never questioned. They thought, okay, it's software. So they never questioned. They used to know me that this person is working there, so we must be having some reliable information. They said, I'm saying this, I'm not design, so it's engineering, office engineering, which is covered in there. So I am from that world. You can say it's something I should be happy with. That's all I can say. Why to criticize? Otherwise, it's good that I did that. And that's it. What else? I think I have to go now. It's around 8:15. And if I sit more, then I have to post on Safi also. So let's today be 10 minutes less. No big deal. I shared with you this information. I think this is good one for you too, for your personality change or for your whatever you can say, because sometimes personality also requires learning. Personality also requires learning, and if you can learn that, that's okay. And if you don't learn that, that's up to you. This is what we have to deal with in life, and that's where it does. Thank you very much. I think I should stop it here. All right.